Well, it is Monday. I'm tired. Very tired. But as we do on Mondays, we are going to talk D&D. I have a very specific thing I want to talk about today. And we'll go over it shortly, although if anybody's been in the last stream, and actually the last few D&D streams, it's been mentioned before multiple times. But we're going to be going over how I scale up and scale down my creatures, and we can also go over reflavoring them and giving them different things to do. One big one that has been repeatedly mentioned by our wonderful Roxy has been ninja goblins. So we'll go over ninja goblins, stuff like that. We'll talk about reflavoring some creatures, specifically smaller ones like goblins, kobolds, all those like half CR, quarter CR, one hit creatures that are just, you know, they're not even worth your party's time later on. We'll talk about how we can reflavor them, redo their stat blocks, and make them a little more threatening and maybe a little more relevant to the party. But yeah, we'll kind of wait for folks to file in, and there is Scythro. How's it going, buddy? How's life treating you? I'm tired. I was up way too late last night, and at some point I'll learn to be a responsible adult and I'll stop staying up until 4 in the morning. But clearly last night was not that time. I'm also waiting for this next coming weekend when my sleep schedule really will be getting completely switched up. And we've got the Angry Meatball. How's it going? You didn't hear the beginning of the reflavoring sentence. That's okay, because I'll be repeating all information. Scyther, you're tired as well. That makes you the most creative. Well, I mean, if it works for you. I'm not gonna argue that. If it works for you, you do what you do. You know, you do what's best for you. If I do that, can I do... No? Okay. Sorry, I'm just messing with a couple things here. But yeah, so, just to reiterate, basically, we're gonna be going over different creatures. I'll take ideas from everybody, and we'll go over different ways that we can make smaller creatures more threatening for higher level parties, as well as making larger creatures less threatening for lower level parties. You don't seek it out or anything, but being tired is just pure unfiltered stream of thoughts. Fair enough. Yes, Tucker's Kobolds is something that we can go over. I don't have a whole lot of information on Tucker's Kobolds, although I believe most of what it is was really I think the main idea behind Tucker's Kobolds was just rather than making kobolds more powerful, it was using kobolds in a way that they utilized traps and they utilized like ambush tactics, and they worked as a team rather than just a group of kobolds that kind of just went savage in battle and then got slaughtered because there was no coordination whatsoever. Right up from Dragon Magazine. Okay, that's perfect. Let's see. This month's editorial is yes. Okay, yeah. We can kind of take a look at this and we'll discuss exactly what kind of things happen here, and I'll just throw it up and then we'll keep it in the background there. But yeah, we can talk about Tucker's Kobolds. We could talk about you think that's the original story reprinted? Okay. But yeah, my understanding of Tucker's Kobolds was essentially it was just like I had mentioned, it was using kobolds in a way that kobolds hadn't been used before, and it utilized a lot of traps and it utilized tactics, and it was much less party enters room, creatures are in room, fight. It was more that it was like, okay, well, the creatures have posted up throughout these tunnels. They have these traps set up. They're going to use these different tactics throughout the dungeon, and it made those tiny, weak, pretty much garbage kobolds a lot more threatening because they did more than what they had ever done before. If that makes sense. And honestly, you can take that idea and you can apply it to anything, really. You can apply that to goblins. You can apply that to villagers. You can apply it to really anything with an intelligence score that's higher than whatever a beast would be. Which is another thing that we'll take a look at. But yeah, mostly we're gonna focus on those low level creatures, the one hits, right? And you know what? Yeah, let me get this up. I'm also gonna open up our wonderful 5e website. We'll set that there. And yeah, I'm gonna open up the bestiary. We're just gonna sort by like challenge rating, and then we can kind of go through and see what we can play with. I know that goblins are gonna be on the roster of what we're gonna mess with. Does anybody else have any others? I'm gonna put kobolds down just because. And these can be redesigns to make them stronger, or they can be redesigns to make them weaker. Doesn't matter that much, because we can go both ways. One of the things we probably won't touch is just dragons. Dragons in general, because they have everything from ancient to wormlings, and they pretty much built dragons to be a combat option throughout the levels, almost regardless of what level the party is. There should always be a good dragon option. But yeah, again, typically anything with intelligence, goblins, kobolds, we can kind of go down through this. We're not really going to touch deer, crows, beasts, stuff like that. You'd put down the generic guard or bandit? Absolutely. We can absolutely do that. There absolutely is a lot to work with there. And specifically for these two, more often than not, you can equip them how you would a character, like an actual PC, by giving them better equipment, stuff like that. If you really want to spice it up, give them a class, or, you know, give them a couple things from a class, so they've got a little more flavor, they've got a little more power. But yeah, we can play around with that. We can explore some of the more outlying options, right? Rather than just doing those basic things. We can kind of play around, maybe even mix up what kind of, you know, we can mix up the race or anything like that. Yeah, racial abilities as well. So there's a lot of stuff that we can do with those. Going through, oh, Goblin Commoner. What book is this from? Yawning Portal. Okay. But yeah, lots of various things. Here's a great one. Looks like from Out of the Abyss. The Infant Basilisk. Infant hook horror. These are a good example of kind of what we will be doing, as these are just toned down versions of a basilisk and a hook horror. I believe Yawning Portal also has a toned down version of an aboleth or something. No, a kraken. It's a toned down version of a kraken. That's what it is. I knew it was related to the water. But there's some stuff that Wizards has already published. There's some stuff that I'm sure has been done long before, but the idea behind this is to kind of get us to play around with the information that we've already been given, and then expand on it a bit. In, you know, potentially both ways. Wings or one-off spells. Can't tell you how much you use Get Out of Dragonborn Breath. Yeah. How much use you get out of Dragonborn Breath. Yeah, no. It's absolutely. Those kinds of things can turn a regular, what is it, a CR1 guard? Half a CR guard? Oh yeah, here's Bandit, 1/8. Bandit is a 1/8 CR, and we all know CR doesn't really mean a whole lot, but it's still kind of a good way to judge. It won't let me see the very bottom. And I know that this is hidden behind me, but it'll be moved over into OneNote as we do this. But yeah, that can turn a regular guard, a regular bandit even, into something that's highly dangerous, just because it gives them the ability to go from doing what, 1d6 with their scimitar to how much damage does a dragon's breath or a dragonborn breath weapon do? Isn't it like, is it 2d6? And it's a line, or could be a cone. Different kinds of methods are cool. Yes, different kinds of methods are cool. We can play around with different elementals. Obviously, I used these ice elementals against my players, and there is no ice elemental or ice golem. Sorry, I used these ice golems against my players, and there is no ice golem stat block written up by Wizards. I'm sure other people have done it, but I just kind of made my own, and it worked, and it was threatening. So threatening that my players tried to run from them. But yeah, lots of different things. We can add elemental abilities into them. We could use like the Genasi as racial or as the races for various creatures, guards, bandits specifically. These are more guard and bandit, more like jobs. And really anything, any humanoid creature, or god, even a monstrosity, could be a guard or a bandit. Let's see. Flying dagger, flying rocking horse, flying snake. These are all silly things, literally just, well, not the flying snake, but the flying dagger, flying rocking horse, animated whatever. We could look at those as well and see what kind of things we would want to animate, what kind of damage they would do, what exactly their full use would be. What else? So here's our kobolds. And again, like 1/8 CR, I'm gonna click on just the regular kobold just to see. It's got an AC of 12 with 5 hit points on average, which typically means a level 20 character, more often than not, is going to be able to kill about 4 or 5 kobolds in one hit, right? In one turn, maybe. If you were able to distribute all of their damage across something like that. It's also the situation where you get a room full of kobolds, regardless of how many are in there. If the wizard goes first and they cast fireball, all of those kobolds are dead, even if they make their save. Not a problem, Scythro. You go to bed. Have a good night. But yeah, and I know they've got the elite kobolds, kobold underlings, stuff like this. They've messed with kobolds. They've messed with goblins. But there's always more that we can do. There's always more that we can do. Let's see. Zvart? Gross. Yeti, oh, look at this, a Yeti tyke. Literally just a baby Yeti. Oh god, Icewind. Yeah, Icewind Dale. Fun. So, various other things. Again, some of these like Acolyte, more like a job. So you could give it to any race, or put any race behind the mask. Throw on different abilities. Even though these Acolytes, they get some spell casting, this is just basic. You want an Acolyte that's a little more powerful? Throw in some second level spell slots. Throw in some second level spells. Give them third level spells. We can talk about the hit points as well, and kind of a good like guideline for setting up how much HP you might want on a creature, something like this. What else? Boars. We're not gonna look at beasts too much. We could look at various beasts, and I'll just put in various beasts. Apprentice wizard. They start out as apprentices, and they get more powerful. And just because you're an apprentice doesn't mean you only know these 3 spells. Apprentices learn. They grow stronger. So not every apprentice should be the exact same, which means we can make them stronger. And really, they're just a wizard. Funnily enough, a level 3 wizard that has D8s for their health instead of D6s. Golden Stag. What is that from? Port of Dragon Queen. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that stag. Inkling Mascot looks like an ooze. Kuatoa. Ooh, the Kuatoa. I think the Kuatoa have a couple things, but they're also one of my favorites. Just because they have that ability, right? They have that roleplay ability to bring life to really anything that they believe in. But yeah. That's not bad. Not bad at all. We could throw in skeletons and zombies as well. Although it's kind of already done in the monster manual where it goes over larger zombies, larger skeletons, stuff like that. There is like a minotaur skeleton, ogre zombie, stuff like that, but we can discuss that. I've used a zombie dragon against my players, and it was interesting. It was not a skeletal dragon. It was definitely zombie, but lots of different things. Yep, there's zombie. That might be a good starting spot. Oh, and actually, you know what? We could add in orcs. I know orcs, gnolls are good too. We'll add in orcs and gnolls to the list. And yeah, we'll kind of start from there. I think that's good. So it's been mentioned before, goblins. I know our wonderful Roxy wants ninja goblins, so that can be the first thing that we go over. Just by typing in goblin, we get a whole lot of options, right? Because this shit has been done before, right? Although this ogre goblin hooker, not exactly goblin. But we've got goblin commoners, we've got casters, we've got goblins for all different kinds of things. And then it includes the bugbears, the hobgoblins, stuff like that. Things that are considered to be goblinoids. And there's a lot of options here. A lot of options. Are any of them actually, like, I guess anything that could be considered a goblin ninja? And I don't think there is. Huh, a regular goblin has higher stealth than a goblin gang member? Yeah, that's not it. And then those are bugbears. Those are definitely not. They're hobgoblin ninja-esque monks. Oh, yes, that's true. Where are they? It's not that one. Hobgoblin Shadow. Yeah. Oh, it's the Iron Shadow. There it is. Yeah, Hobgoblin Iron Shadow. Which, again, yeah, it's mostly just monk. Also a hobgoblin. Also, not that powerful, right? 15 AC, 32 HP. What's its challenge rating? Okay, so Wizards of the Coast is given a challenge rating of 2. Still not that great. Still not that great. Unarmored defense, yeah, sure, okay, whatever. It's got multi-attack for 4 attacks, but every single attack is a +5 to hit with, you know, a d4 of damage. Shadow Jaunt. The Hobgoblin Hobgoblin teleports along with any equipment it is wearing or carrying up to... Okay, so it can teleport in dim light or darkness up to 30 feet away. And then it has a few spells that it can cast. Minor Illusion, Prestidigitation, Charm Person, Disguise Self, Silent. It's not bad. It's a good starting point. It's a good starting point. But again, Hobgoblin. And definitely more Monk. So I'm gonna take the Goblin. I'm gonna take the Goblin real quick. We're gonna start with just this basic Goblin stat block. And I'm gonna put in actually I want to create a table. Let me make sure I can see these. Okay, so I don't know why it formats the way it does, but that's fine. There we go. So we've got the stat block in here. Should be good enough for us. Yeah, should be good enough for us. It's a good starting spot. Gives us the basics, right? We want an actual like ninja class, right? So essentially that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be taking a goblin, specifically for the ninja goblin. We're going to be taking a goblin and giving it a ninja class. That's really about it. And you know what? We'll go ahead and just type in ninja goblin. That way it's obvious what we're doing. I'm gonna open up another tab for this, just because I want to be able to take a look at the classes. Wait for it to load. So I know ninjas, martial arts, people would go monk, and actually let's see. Shadow, Sun, Soul. Shadow's probably the closest, isn't it? I think Shadow's the closest. But what does it do? Value stealth and subterfuge. Subterfuge. These monks might be called ninjas or shadow dancers, blah, blah, blah. Shadow arts. You can use your key to duplicate the effects of certain spells, like darkness, dark vision, pass without trace, silence. And then you get the minor illusion. Was that not everything that the Hobgoblin Iron Shadow got? Almost. Almost. What else? What else sets them apart? Shadow Step, which is what the Iron Shadow Hobgoblin has. Cloak of Shadows at level 11. Lets you go invisible if you're in dim light or darkness. And then Opportunist, you can exploit a creature's momentary distraction when it's hit by an attack. You can use your reaction to attack a creature that was attacked by somebody else that is 5 feet from you. So essentially it's an attack of opportunity without the opponent moving away. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'd probably take a couple of these. I I'd probably actually just take the shadow arts, less the spell casting from the Hobgoblin Iron Shadow, and more the actual like shadow art spell casting from the Shadow Monk. But it's a ninja, right? It's a ninja. They're not supposed to be like front of the line fighters. They're not there because of their martial prowess. They're there because of their ability to sneak and assassinate and surprise, that kind of thing. Which all of that sounds like a rogue. To me, anyway. That absolutely sounds like an assassin rogue. Arcane Trickster, no. Inquisitive, no. Phantom, maybe. We can take a look at the Phantom and see what it does. And I'm going just by sounds. So the assassin rogue, advantage on attacks against creatures that they haven't moved, or they haven't had a turn yet. Any creature that's any hit against a surprised creature is a crit. That would be really good. That makes more sense, because again, ninjas weren't the ones to stand and deliver. They weren't the ones to challenge somebody to a duel. They were very much a sneak attack, surprise attack job, I guess. They were similar to like guerrilla fighters. So assassin stuff I think would fit better. What does the Phantom do? Looks like it's just grave stuff. Dealing necrotic damage, ghost shit, stuff like that. Oh, what this is yeah, you're essentially letting yourself become possessed by a ghost. Thanks for grabbing that ring, King. How are you doing today? Okay, so definitely not Phantom. But Assassin, sure. Infiltration expertise, the ability to actually like conceal themselves in crowds, hide among the regular people. Nobody would really ever know that they are a ninja. What else? Imposter. Yup. Basically just becoming better at deceiving people. Death Strike. A con save against essentially doubling your crit damage against a surprised creature, right? You good just scrolling through Twitch trying to help. Hey, fair enough. Death Stroke. It says Death Strike. Or did I say Death Stroke? Either way, Death Strike, like the DC guy. Right. I'm trying not to associate with anything DC because, boy, oh boy, something I read today. It's not great. Not great. Anyway, Death Strike. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. Probably not anything that I would give to an actual NPC like this, but Joe Mangangola? I don't know. No, it was the actor that plays the Flash. No, I just read today that apparently he's missing because he ran off with some teenage girl. So Yeah. 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 Meatball said it. He's a sex pest. Also, I guess he's constantly getting in trouble. But you know, DC hires who they want to hire. Okay, so Ninja Goblin, not bad. I would say we're gonna take away the scimitar. Should we take away the scimitar? These are goblins. These are small humanoids. I like the idea. I like the ninja aesthetic of using a katana, which I guess technically would still be on a goblin. Basically the scimitar. You're not a comic fan at all, but you can see why people like that stuff. Yeah. Do we want to lean, like fully lean into the ninja thing? Literally just reflavoring it. So it's not a broader, a wider scimitar, but a thinner, still slightly curved blade katana. Comics are dumb, dumb things are fun. This is your official stance. Fair enough. What else are we gonna do? Okay, so we're gonna go with some ninja stuff, right? I think leather armor is okay. I don't think unarmored would work for them, so I think their AC is still gonna be pretty low. I need the actual armor table. As we wait for this to load. It's not here. Where is it? Where is it? Tables. There we go. So there we go. Cool. Armor and shields. I would say this ninja's probably not going to be wearing leather. Padded's probably closer, but it's still a little more armored than a ninja would be. So let's say, we'll say padded armor. We're gonna take the shield away. Ah, yes, padded. Disadvantage on stealth. Oh god, it is. Okay, you know what? Then what it's gonna be is, good call. Good call, Meatball. That's one thing I hadn't looked at. We'll just say they're unarmored. We'll just say they're unarmored. So, with the stats that it's at right now, 12 AC. 12 AC. Makes sense, right? Makes sense. Speed, well, we can keep it 30 for now, but we're gonna ignore the challenge rating right here, because obviously that's not gonna be accurate anymore as we change the stat blocks. Nimble escape, I like leaving, I like the nimble escape for this. It's already got proficiency in stealth, which is why stealth is listed as a skill. We could add more skills to that. Just cuz. We're not going to take away the dark vision. Passive perception might go up as we alter the actual stats. how we change the stats is really gonna depend on how much stronger we want these ninja goblins to be. But let's say we're not usually gonna deploy these in. We're not gonna deploy these ninja goblins as singles, right? They're not gonna go out alone. They'll usually work together with a couple others, right? So we don't need to make them hugely powerful, able to take on an entire party by themselves. Again, that's not what these things do. So it's a level 2 goblin. We know this because of by how many dice are used to determine its hit points. Proficiency bonus, or the PB, is going to go up as the level goes up, and we can determine the level by using the hit points. If we want to treat it like a player class or a player character, we can kind of follow the same rules and do an ASI at certain levels as we level it up, or we can just kind of fuck with the stats how we want, and I think that's what I'm going to do. So I think I'm going to give this thing a 19 dexterity. I mean, in order to be a ninja goblin, you should be more dexterous, right? Strength I'm not going to worry about because, again, ninjas were never meant to be brute force fighters. Constitution, we could probably just leave. Intelligence... if they're an elite core of goblins, they'd probably be a little more intelligent. We can bump the wisdom up as well. Charisma, though, doesn't need to go up. Just with the stat increase, we can see interesting. Why does a regular goblin have a +6 to stealth if its proficiency bonus is 2 and its dexterity was 2? It had an extra 2 coming from somewhere. That's fine. Racial bonus? Maybe. So we'll keep it in mind. So really, just with that stat increase, it's a +8 to stealth. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. We'll keep the short bow on there. To hit on these, whoops. The to hit on these is going to be +6, just with this change. And I'm going slowly, piece by piece. It also means that the damage is gonna get bumped up. So the to hit jumped from a +4 to +6. Damage +2 to +4 because we went from a dex score of +2 to +4. Everything obvious, everything everybody should know because we've all made characters before. We've all had to calculate their to hits and their bonus damage, all of that. This is all basic information, right? But these are still one-hit goblins. What if we want to let them survive a little bit longer? So we'll change their level 2 to a level, what, 10? level 10. This doesn't make them hugely powerful. This doesn't make them good enough to take on a level 20 character. But 10d6 half plus 5's 35 should be the average hit points. That also means that the proficiency bonus would jump up to a +4 if we're going by regular rules, which is what we've been given. It absolutely helps. You now have a goblin that could actually be kind of dangerous, especially for a low level party, even with the crap AC unarmored of being 14 now. 14's not a high AC. But this is definitely something that if I were playing a level 3 character, I would not want to have this sneak up on me at all. Let's look at the rogue stuff. We're not gonna give it sneak attack because we're not gonna do that. That can really one, it gets messy, right? Although we could. We're definitely gonna take the assassinate though. Oh, and you know what? We're gonna do keep text only. We don't need this. We're gonna type it out so it actually looks professional. So the goblin has advantage on attack rolls against any creature that hasn't taken a turn in the combat yet. In addition, any hit it scores against a creature that is suppressed is a critical hit. Fantastic. Boom. It's sexy, it's nice, we love it. And we're gonna shorten that a bit. That way it all fits right here. Just with this, just with this kind of goblin that's probably going to go down in a couple of hits, assuming that the players are actually hitting it. They do have a chance to miss if they were, say, a level 5 character. What's their proficiency bonus? +3 at that point. So at the best, they'd have a +8 to hit. Unless it's a character that took the fucking archery fighting style and then it's a +10. But even then, under that extreme circumstance, I mean, they're most likely going to hit. 1, 2s, and 3s are still gonna miss, but ideally what's gonna happen is this, again, is not gonna be alone. There's gonna be a couple of them. They're all gonna be able to sneak up on the players, and then they're gonna hit them with that assassinate. They should have advantage. They should have advantage regardless. Because if they're able to sneak up, they're not seen. So technically, the target is blinded to them. So they've got advantage on the attack. They hit, it's an automatic crit. And under the rules that I play, I use super crit rules. So you roll your normal damage dice and then you add the maximum of whatever the dice could be. So if it's a 1d6, it's going to be you roll a d6, add your bonus damage, and then you add 6. So that right there is an automatic minimum of 11 damage. Yeah, an automatic minimum of 11 damage. But very likely to be 14. Something that, if you did throw one of these at a lower level party of 3 or 4, it's gonna scare the shit out of your sorcerer or your wizard. It'll do a good chunk of damage to your more healthy casters, like your warlocks and your druids. Against a barbarian or a paladin or a ranger, somebody with that D10 for their hit dice, probably not going to be all that threatening, right? And then, of course, that damage is going to drop after that first turn. What else can we take? We could take from the Iron Shadow Hobgoblin. We'll give it the Shadow Jaunt. Because why not? We'll give these ninja goblins the ability to teleport around. So, not only do they still have the nimble escape, just because, in order, to help them utilize their bonus action, they can then assassinate, they can teleport in the shadows. What else? What else are we missing? What else am I missing? Oh god, yeah. And then the short bows. Oh, fuck. The short bows would be really, really rude. So yeah, actually, that might be good enough, because then we have a goblin that's bumped up in power. It's bumped up in power to the point where it actually it's a little more intelligent than other goblins. Hell, it's slightly more intelligent than the typical person. We gave it more dexterity. It's more stealthy because of that. Higher level, more health, more dexterous because of that. Its AC is actually dropped a bit because it's unarmored. Its speed is still 30. Oh, the Shadow Jaunt is a... Oh. There we go. Shadow Jaunt is an action. I was just looking at it and I was like, how does that actually come into play? Okay, so Nimble Escape, Assassinate, they have the ability to fire off a short bow. They can then hide after that. Next turn, if they're still hidden, I'd say they're very likely going to do the teleport, to teleport away to another shadow. Stay hidden there. On the next turn, fire off another arrow. They're hidden, so they've got advantage on the attack. Maybe we will give it sneak attack. Yeah, let's give it sneak attack. Yeah, let's give it sneak attack. Why not? Let's see. So we're just gonna take this text right here. Oh, I did it again. Paste. Keep text only. There we go. We're gonna take the you can out of it. We're just gonna do the goblin deals an extra 1d6 damage to a creature. It hits with an attack if the goblin has advantage on the attack roll. Simple. We're not gonna do the if they have, you know, a friend within 5 feet of them or anything like that. We're not gonna make it the full sneak attack. We can also format it to be something like that. But yeah. That way, now we've got a sneak attacking goblin doing damage with a short bow, a katana. Very, very likely they're gonna stay with the short bow. But if forced into melee, they still have the katana. And then the shadow jaunt to teleport. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 ba-da-bum. All right, cool. Sorry, I'm just checking something. All right. Not bad, not bad. And you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do Roxy's Ninja Goblin. We can delete that. Small humanoid, goblinoid, neutral evil. I hate that they put in the alignment, so I'm just gonna delete it. We've got an AC, an unarmored AC. Not that they're running around naked, but they'll have clothes. In fact, you know what? If we really wanted to, we could bump this up, and that would be another, what, like 40? No, sorry, 35 plus 3. We'll say 38. Also give them Sasuke's. No. Does it fit? Does it fit an actual ninja? Because I like the idea. I like the idea of what the ninjas were. And you know, most people know this, but if you don't, the ninjas originally were essentially like, they were just commoners. They were just the working class. Now hold up, he does have a sword. Does he? But they were essentially just commoners. They were the working class. And it was their way of fighting back against oppressors. So they did mostly stick to the shadows. They stuck with hit and run tactics because their targets, more often than not, were the samurai, who were more heavily armored and far more skilled with weapons than they were. Which is why, one, ninjas never wore black. They wore greens and blues because greens and blues help you to blend into the natural environment a lot better in the dark than black does. Wearing black outside, like in the woods, in the dark, can actually make you stick out more. So the ninjas wore blues and greens. They snuck around a whole lot. If they did attack with a weapon, more often than not, it wasn't even a katana. It was typically like farming tools, scythes, stuff like that. Yeah, you're gonna join my campaign and be a samurai and whip your ninjas. You absolutely could. That's the thing. Like, ninjas were never meant to be frontline fighters. They were never meant to, you know, go one-on-one with their targets. Take your time, Meatball. You do what you gotta do. Life comes first. But it's also why the ninjas, you're a renegade? God, no. But it's also why the ninjas utilized different tools. Like, I think one of my favorites that the ninjas used originally were eggs. They used eggs. They would essentially take an egg, shake it up just to break the yolk apart, make sure that everything was more liquid. They'd put a hole in the shell, and then they'd empty out the eggshell, and they'd let it dry. And then they would fill it with sand, powdered glass, stuff like that. And then they just kept those on them. And what they would do with those is, if they did end up in a situation where they were face to face with a samurai, they would throw that egg at the samurai's face. And when it collided with their... I'm making ninjas sound dumb. No, it's genius. They were absolutely genius because these were commoners. These were commoners that, you know, the ruling class completely underestimated. So they used these eggshells full of this sand, powdered glass. They basically did, you know, the Dale Gribble pocket sand bullshit because they knew they wouldn't be able to go toe to toe with the samurais. So they'd blind them. Or they'd attempt to blind them so they could just run away. Not even so they could have an advantage in a fight. It was literally, here, have some glass in your eyes so you can't see me, run away to where I'm trying to get to. And then whenever they were safe, they'd take off their ninja garb and they'd go back to their normal lives. And nobody could just wear shades. Oh my god, that's the thing. Like, the samurai at a certain point ended up, like, they did start wearing more face coverings, but again, like, that finer sand, that finer glass dust getting in your eyes, it was still pretty easy. Where ninjas became more of what we know them to be now, what's usually popularized in media, those are the ninjas that were actually beginning to be employed by the various emperors, dynasties, the ruling class. Once they saw how effective these stealth tactics were, they essentially did start creating essentially like a ninja corps. And they kept them there for subterfuge, for spy tactics, for those kinds of things. But originally, that's not what it was. That's not what it was, because we know about that culture. It's still very much about honor and, you know, making sure that you're not bringing shame on your family, and just the act of not staying face to face with your enemy until one of you walks away alive and the other's dead was disgraceful. So nobody did it until they had to do it. You're gonna be a blindfolded Ronin. Walk Milan, smack the Schmied out of the goblins. Do it. Do it. These are not supposed to be extremely dangerous. These are not supposed to be party killers. What they are supposed to be is an updated creature that can cause your characters to go oh shit, this isn't just a goblin. Right? And these could be deployed. They have shadow jutsu. Yeah, I know. But these could be deployed out in the woods or out in the open world. But I think a better fit for these, I think a better spot for these ninja goblins would be in actual like goblin compounds or their bases or their fortresses or their caves or wherever, where they're a little more familiar with the terrain, because that's another thing. That is another thing. Ninjas they didn't roam. They stayed close to home. They stayed where, yeah, goblin dungeons. But they stayed where they knew the terrain. Which, another fun fact, is why we have the imagery of ninjas running on water. If you didn't know this one, this is funny too. The reason we have the imagery of ninjas running on water is because they did it on purpose. The ninjas did it on purpose. They actually took wooden poles, and it was like they did it to fuck with their opponents' minds. For my dead goblin homies. But they did it to fuck with their opponents' minds. Because if you're fighting a creature that can literally run on water, it helps, it's gonna demoralize you. Ninjas never ran on water. What they did was, because they were familiar with the terrain, they would take logs and rocks and stuff, and they'd put them in the water just below the surface. And they would know where they were, and they would use them to just run full sprint across the water while people just looked on and watched this essentially like a demon or an oni that just like surprise attacked them, killed the emperor's son or the future emperor, and then ran off across the water or ran off across the river or whatever it was. But the ninjas used their surroundings to their advantage. Again, they very much were guerrilla fighters. And that's what these should be. This also goes back to Tucker's Kobolds, which, Meatball, thank you again if you can hear me. Thank you again for sharing this link. Tucker's Kobolds kind of did the same thing. And I'm not going to read this entire thing. I know it's not a whole lot, but I'm not going to read this entire thing. But essentially what Tucker's Kobolds was, but can you have one? Fine, you get one. You get one, King. But essentially all that Tucker's Kobolds was taking kobolds, buffing them up just a little bit, but then you gave them guerrilla tactics. You gave them traps. You gave them... You left them in their natural habitat, and you had them prepared for invaders. That was it. That was it. These were kobolds that bottlenecked the party and forced the party into smaller areas before dropping hot tar on them. These were kobolds that made false walls in tunnels and then would stab adventurers through the walls as they passed. I mean, you're gonna bottleneck my goblins. Go for it. If any of this sounds familiar, it's because it's exactly what it is exactly what the Viet Cong did in Vietnam. And we've all heard the horror stories about the Viet Cong's tunnels running underneath the ground and them being so tiny that it was difficult for American troops to crawl through and find them. They were in the trees, they were in the ground, they were in the bushes, they were literally everywhere. But the most dangerous thing was, and I wonder if I can find it. But one of the most dangerous things was the tunnels. And it was because they were tunnels that the Viet Cong knew, but the soldiers didn't. wanna see if I can. Nope, not the flag. I fat fingered. Yeah. Yes. Perfect. Okay. I don't know if you guys have seen these images. I'm gonna pull it up. We'll put it up right here. So this is kind of, and actually, you know what? Maybe I'll just do this nice and big. So this is essentially what the Viet Cong did, and this is what you guys should be doing with your goblins and your kobolds. If you're trying to make a high level party fight them, this is what you should be doing. They used hidden tunnels. They used tiny, thin tunnels that were laced with traps. In this top image, we see these tunnels kind of went down and around, and this goes over everything that they did. They buried their dead in the walls to demoralize troops, the enemy troops, and make them think that they hadn't lost as many people as they did. They left their tunnels trapped with explosives that they knew were there, but invaders didn't. They had pit traps with spikes. They had special hidden areas where they could sleep and rest. Like, they literally, American troops would go into the tunnels, and then the Viet Cong would come out of everywhere. They would come out of the walls. They'd force them into areas like this right here, where a soldier had to really squeeze through just to get essentially choked out. It was extremely brutal, but it was so well done. This right here, this one right here, hidden behind a false wall. Hidden behind a false wall. The Lorax spoke for the tree, but they spoke Vietnamese. They had vertical tunnels. Like, all of this is horrible. And then they still had areas underneath in these tunnels where it was actually kind of livable, because it was just a maze after maze after maze. These here, some of these, a couple of these include water traps. They include snakes. This one right here, on the left, the rolling punji, I'm probably gonna butcher this, punji spike trap. It's literally just spinning logs with spikes on them, and it, somebody falls through and they're just constantly impaled as they run through it. They had weapons factories and infirmaries. This image doesn't actually show it, but I've seen one where they actually had like a hidden tank. Like, they would keep tanks and stuff underneath the ground with ways out. And again, I bring this up because this is what your goblins and your kobolds should be doing for high level parties. The parties should never walk into, if it's a level 10 party, level 15 party, and somebody's really pushing them to go take care of these goblins, or something that they may not even realize is goblins. They should not face regular, 1/4 or 1/8 CR goblins. They should be facing Roxy's ninja goblins. They should be facing Tucker's kobolds. And again, Tucker's kobolds is something you can do for any creature. Any creature. Give them tactics, give them traps, put them in an area where they know what they're doing, where they have the advantage. And you can make these weak little creatures far more devastating. Which is what I've done. I've done this with multiple creatures. I did this most recently with imps. Imps. Crappy, tiny little imps. Ah, yes, the imp with 10 HP and an AC of 13. I don't even think I increased their AC, which means I kept their dex the same. I gave them more health, I made them do more damage. Because they had more health, their to hit went up, which means their damage went slightly up. I think I increased the damage by 1 die each. So instead of 1d4, it was 2d4. And then the DC for the con save went up because the proficiency bonus went up. And then the poison damage I increased by 1 die. So instead of 3d6, it was 4d6. And it was enough to make them a lot more threatening. You can do this with pretty much anything. So we did a goblin. I'm actually pretty happy with this. Let's do a kobold. So, this time with the kobolds, we actually have less options than we did for the goblins, but the goblins also included hobgoblins and bugbears. These ones, kobold commoner is pretty much nothing. Icewind kobold and kobold zombie. Again, we have zombies listed here. It's kind of that same thing. You basically, to make a zombie of anything, you're mostly just going to give it the undead fortitude and the unusual nature. And that's about it. And then you just call it a zombie kobold, or a zombie goblin, or a zombie dragon, or a zombie boar, or, literally anything. Kobold, this is the stat block we're going to use. We're going to go straight off just the basic kobold. But we do have kobold elites, who are just slightly more powerful. I think, yeah, they have a little more health. They do no extra damage at all. They only have more health, and it's by 2. Oddly enough, there's literally no difference between the kobold and the kobold elite. That's funny. Kobold underling. Here, we've got a little bit more. What does it have? It's got messy end. So it explodes. This is a martyrdom kobold. This is fun. This is stuff that's fun to throw at them. And instead of a dagger and sling, it now uses a short sword and a hand crossbow. But I like the explosions. Ooh, and I like that it goes off immediately if they were killed with a crit. That's neat. So it's either 3 rounds after it dies, or it blows up immediately. These could be fun. And I like stuff like this. I don't use it often enough. I think I've used it once or twice in my campaign that's been going on for way too long. So I should use it more. But I like it. Kobold Inventor, I think, kind of goes hand in hand with the Underling. Weapon Invention, they've just got more things that they can do. This is nice. This is actually something that you could probably just turn into various traps, right? There's no reason why a wasp nest in a bag couldn't be set up as a trap. If the trap gets triggered, well, now they have... now they've got an area of wasps that is doing damage. Skunk in a cage, great trap. Rock grub pot, great trap. Basket of centipedes, great trap. Alchemist's fire. Honestly, give Alchemist's fire to a lot more stuff. If it's not magical, why wouldn't it have something to, compete? Winged kobolds. The big the big bonus to a winged kobold, it can fly. That's about it. Kobold dragon shield, though. This is where we start to get into the more powerful ones. They've got armor, they've got shields, they've got bigger weapons. They've got stuff that dragons can do. They can gain resistance. But again, they're still just kind of weak. Kobold Scale Sorcerer, it's a magic kobold. Interesting that the Dragon Shield is listed as dragon and not humanoid. I guess just because they've gained more power. Interesting. So yeah, Scale Sorcerer if you want a more powerful magic kobold, and then Kobold Vampire. Cool stuff, wonderful stuff, all great. But what if I don't want any of that? What if I don't want a kobold that turns more into a dragon? What if I don't want a kobold that is slowly or rapidly becoming just more magical? What if that's not something that I want? I think what we should do at that point right there. Hopefully that keeps it from getting a little wonky. I think what we should do is just make it bigger, right? What if we took a regular kobold and we just made it bigger? Let's make it bigger. So instead of it being small, do we want it to be medium? Should it be large? Well, that's not that much fun. A large kobold could be quite the sight. But let's make it huge. We're gonna do some real stupid stuff. So, by changing its size, the first thing that is gonna happen is we're gonna change what die it uses for its hit points. Have I played the D&D MMOs? A little bit. And by a little bit, I mean like I have a couple hours. That's it. But the first thing that's gonna happen just by changing the sizes gonna be changing what hit dice we actually use to determine its health. For those of you that don't know, or haven't explored it a little bit, Wizards of the Coast actually has an unspoken rule for creating these stat blocks. It's not written in any of the books anywhere, anything like that. But the unspoken rule is if it's a tiny creature, it uses a D4. Small is D6, medium is D8, which is why the wizard, the acolyte or the apprentice wizard, actually uses a D8 for its health instead of a D6 like a wizard does. Large uses 10s, huge uses 12s, gargantuan uses 20s. You can go through and check this for tons of different monster stat blocks. You'll find this is true pretty much everywhere. So, by making this huge, by just boosting it up, we're doing nothing else. Nothing else other than changing its size. We're changing it from a 2d6 minus 2 to a 2d12 minus 2. Half point on a d12 is technically 6.5, so 13 minus 2. We just doubled its hit points just by making it bigger. Just by making it bigger. You throw a bunch of giant kobolds at your players and they're going to be a little more dangerous, for sure. Another thing that changes with size is damage. Not necessarily the die size, but how many. So more often than not, tiny up to medium sticks with 1d whatever it is, and the actual die changes depending on what weapon's being used. But once you start going above medium, you actually start adding more dice more often than not. So a large kobold would be using 2d4. This huge kobold is going to be doing 3d4 on its attacks. This is another kind of rule that has been observed. It's not as solid as the hit point one is, but more often than not, is a fair approximation. Just for shits and gigs, just because what we can do, because it's now a huge kobold, we can increase its reach just by a little bit. Just by a little bit. Because why wouldn't it? A giant kobold isn't going to be using a regular dagger, it's going to be using a large dagger, which for most people is probably going to be a longsword or even a great sword. But to the kobold, it's still going to be a dagger. So 3d4 plus 2, because we're still using dexterity, it's still a small weapon compared to the giant kobold. Just that right there. Just that right there is enough to turn one single kobold, which would be a minor pest for a starting level party, into something that very likely is going to take out party members in one hit. What's half on what's the halfway point on a D4? 2.5? So 5, 7, 9. We jumped the average damage up more than double. More than double. A level 1 or a level 2 level 1 wizard's gonna die. Like, level 1 wizard's gonna get one hit by this giant kobold. Level 2 might survive, but could still go down. All depending on how they rolled and what their con mod is. Giant kobolds. How delightful. How delightful. But I'm not done. I'm not done. Let's say as the kobolds get bigger, their hide gets thicker. Let's say they do become more scaly. They do get a more dragon-ish. And what happens with dragon scale armor? Specifically for, you know, if I'm specifically thinking back to sorcerers and the dragon ancestry sorcerers. They automatically get an AC of 13 plus their dex. So why not? Why not bump this thing up to have a 15 AC running off of its dex? All because we made it bigger, right? All because we made it bigger. If we make it bigger, we can make it a little more constitution-y. That's not a word. But that bumps its health up. Now we're actually messing with stats. This thing is not going to be stealthy. It's not really going to have a whole lot. We can still have it have the pack tactics because, oh my god, that's delightful. Still's going to have the sunlight sensitivity because why not? Dagger's going to be a big thing. Let's make this thing more threatening now. And it doesn't even have to be hugely threatening. Let's make it a level 6. 13 times 3 is gonna be 39. 39 health with a 15 AC. We'll keep the speed the same. Proficiency bonus is gonna go up to a +3. We can increase the dex up just a little bit. Let's bump the strength up to about a 9. Actually, let's make it a 12. He got much stronger. He got much stronger. But you know what? Maybe he's all brawn and no brain. Is that a 2? 9, 8, 7, 6. Yeah, that's a 2. Passive perception is still going to be 8. Yep. This thing is not going to be too great of a guard dog. But now we've got +6 to hit on these. Oh god, but what if it's not a sling? What if it's not a sling at this point? What if it's just throwing a rock? What if it's just throwing a rock? So we'll let it throw rocks now. Really, boulders. As we change up the dice. Just to keep it fun. Oh, actually, no. Let's do 3d6 plus 3. No. We're gonna make it 4d6 because we're gonna make this thing a little more threatening. So 46 plus 3, that's 7, 14, 17 damage on that. I think this is still 10. And then, just for shits and gigs, we're gonna give it multi-attack. Does this one have it? Nope. Does the Dragon Shield have it? Does. Perfect. We're gonna paste text only. There we go. Multi-attack. Kobold makes 2 dagger attacks. There we go. So, now we've got multi-attack on this thing. He's gonna be doing a lot more damage. You know what? Fuck it. Let's make him a boss monster. Let's give him 8. That's gonna be another, what, 13, so 52? 52 hit points. Not too bad. Not too bad. Dishing out some damage. This is something that could be a monstrosity that the players come across down in the Kobold Caverns somewhere. An experiment gone wrong. and it's just a bigger, dumber kobold. Not bad. Not bad. So we could go Tucker's kobolds. Give the kobolds traps, tactics, stuff like that. Or we just make them bigger. We just fucking make them bigger. And actually, 13 plus 3 is 16. Not 15. So, always good to go over and make sure that we're keeping everything in line. But that's not bad. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Now. Before I move on to guards, bandits, all these other things, I want to hit up the Kuo-toa real quick. I want to hit up the Kuo-toa. And I want to do the Kuo-toa because of what they are. These wonderful, beautiful fish people are one of my favorite creatures in the monster manual because of the flavor text that comes with them, because of the information on them that's given. These are not necessarily weak creatures. I mean, we can see 18 hit points, 13 AC. That's not bad. They kind of suck. They kind of suck. But they can cause problems for a party, especially when there's multiples of them around. But that's not what I'm interested in. When it comes to the Kuo-toa, what I'm interested in is the ability for them to, when banded together, create things out of nothing. Because the Kuo-toa, just out of belief, can make gods real. Gods that didn't even ever exist before, they can make them real. And this is something that I want to include in my own game. I want to have a Kuo-toa somewhere that is essentially just a big problem for the players. We do have the Kuo-toa whip, which is a little bit better, more threatening. They have magic. We've got the monitor, which again, is just more threatening, and then the archpriest. Big wizard fish man. These are cool and all. These are cool and all. But not necessarily what I want to use. So again, I'm going to take this Kuo-toa. I'm going to copy. Yeah. This one's just the regular paste. Paste. Edit this so we can actually see the boundaries of the table. Apparently it's got a proficiency bonus of +2. And there. I'm going to name this one the Empowered Kuo-toa. Something that if the Kuo-toa can if the Kuotoa can make a god out of nothing, they should also be able to cause... They should also be able to cause another creature to become extremely, unbelievably powerful just because they believe it to be so. Just because they believe it to be so. So, the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take away the shield. This thing's need to keep its natural armor. But we're going to get it a natural armor AC of 22. Something extremely high. Something that your players are going to complain about, right? We're also going to make it a faster swimmer. Actually, yeah, we're gonna make it twice as fast at swimming than it is on the land, but it's still pretty fast on the land. Hit points, we're gonna make this thing gargantuan. We're gonna be using D20s. And we're gonna go with, we'll say 24 D20s. That's 21 times 12. I want to make something that would make a high-level party worry. We're going to give it a +4 to its con as well. We'll make it just the solid 18. Its strength is going to be 25, which is 2021 is 5, 22, 23 is 6, 24, 25 is 7. So +7 to its strength. Dex is going to go up to 14, so +2. Intelligence! Oh, hell, why not? Let's make it a 17 for a +3. Wisdom is gonna be a 22 for a +6. And then Charisma can be a... Yeah, we'll make it a 13 for a +1. Not too bad. Proficiency bonus is going to be something we're going to have to... Con mod should be factoring into HP. Yep, Meatball. I'm just about on that point. So 4 times 24 is 96. Let me make sure my math is right. Yep, 96 plus the 252 for 348. This is a big Kuotoa. This is a big ass Kuotoa. Okay. I actually need to see this works. Because one thing we need to figure out now is what's the proficiency bonus for a level 24 creature. And it goes up every 4. So it would be a +7. Yeah, that would be a +7. Okay, so. Ooh. That's in the monster manual? Okay. I don't... Do you know what page in the monster manual? I think it's +7. And we're definitely gonna switch some of these up. But we're gonna make this just the most fucking world-ending Kuotoa you've ever seen. 5 or 6? Is it really? Right at the beginning. Let's see. yeah, hey, look at that. Oh, no, wait, that's proficiency bonus by challenge rating, which actually equates to level. It's so dumb, because challenge rating does not equate to level. But yeah, +7. Yeah, they use the same progression as they do for the proficiency bonus in levels for characters for PCs, but the challenge rating does not equal level. And yeah, good call, Meatball. But it doesn't. This is why challenge rating is absolute garbage. Because it doesn't make sense. Because this challenge rating 1/4 Kuatoa, if it was equal to level, that would be 1/4 of a class level. In that a CR5 is supposed to be a medium challenge for a party of 4 level 5s. There's the thing. Let me look at this one. So Kuatoa Whip. It's not great. It's not great. But let's see. This Kuatoa Whip, challenge rating 1. Would you put this up against a party of 4 level 1s? I wouldn't. Because even though it's got a +4 to hit, that's going to be reasonable for level 1s. 1d4 +2 and then 1d6 +2 while also grappling is a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. And then it's got 65 health, which sure, 11 AC, it's pretty much gonna get hit every single time, but yeah, challenge rating is dumb. The only, maybe it makes sense somehow when they play tested it, but generally, screw it. Oh, okay. Anyway, empowered Kuatoa. Empowered Kuatoa. What do we want to give it? We're gonna keep the amphibious. We're gonna up this otherworldly perception to make it supreme. And we're gonna extend it out to 150 feet instead of 30. So let's see. Can breathe air and water. Can sense the presence of any creature within 150 feet of it that is invisible or on the ethereal plane. Can pinpoint such a creature that is moving. It's slippery. So it has advantage on checks and saves to escape a grapple. Sunlight sensitivity. Sunlight sensitivity. If this is like the most powerful Kuatoa that the Kuatoa could imagine, would they think that it was still sensitive to the sunlight? Yeah, why not? Why not? Because then what we can do is we could treat this empowered Kuatoa, this giant fish man, as like this legendary creature. Is this supposed to be the god they imagine? It's supposed to be It's supposed to be a Kuo-toa that they believe is just the most powerful Kuo-toa. So I guess it could be a god, but it could just be the greatest of all of... It just could be the greatest of their community. It could be the Achilles of their army. It could be their god emperor. It could be stuff like that. And I say god emperor because I believe it's Warhammer 40K that the orcs are similar to the Kuo-toa in that whatever they believe is true is what is true for them anyway. But because of that, there is one person that they believe is truly like immortal, and it's not an orc, but these orcs see them as just so powerful that they think they're psychic. So are the Kuo-toa. So because of that, this one guy is pretty much basically immortal because his enemies believe him to be immortal. It's that kind of situation. So it's less to the point that they, as a species, can warp reality. Yep, exactly. Kuo-toa are pretty much the same thing in that they have these psychic abilities that allow them to create literal gods out of nothing. So why would that stop at only gods? Why would that stop at only creating things out of nothing? Why wouldn't that cause them to empower others around them? So maybe there was a Kuo-toa born to their tribe? Are they tribal? To their community. There was a Kuo-toa born to their community. It was larger. It was like the largest Kuo-toa baby that any of them had birthed or hatched in decades. And they all started to freak out and imagine just how big this baby could be. And as they imagined how big it could be, it grew up to be bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And as it got bigger and bigger, they believed it to be the most powerful of them all. So why wouldn't it gain that power? And that kind of reality warping. You think the canon is that the Kuo-toa are dumb and their society is trapped in these ways? Maybe. But being dumb doesn't stop you from believing stuff. I think that's as much as I could say without getting too political. But even then, if they're supposed to be dumb, why do they have an intelligence score that's equal to the typical human? They don't know how to imagine their way out of the ritual. What ritual? And actually... Oh, hey, I literally turned to the page. Let's see. Yeah, actually, you know what? Literally all the 5th edition monster manual says anyway is that they were enslaved by mind flayers, the Illithid Empire. That's what caused them to essentially go into like they're just highly religious, highly theocratic. It mentions that they can create gods out of thin air, but it also mentions that they do have a structured society It's a theocracy. It's run by archpriests. They're crazy. But crazy doesn't mean that, you know, crazy does not mean dumb. Crazy does not mean imbecilic. Crazy just means detached from reality. And for good reason. I mean, if you were tortured by mind flayers for, you know, generations, your society would probably be a little detached too. Yeah, no, and I'm not here to, you know, be proving anybody wrong or anything like that. It's just I'm simply bringing it up because it does. They, like, the Kuo-toa do feel very 40k orc to me in the flavor of it all, in their abilities to create and give power to things that have no reason to have it. So again, we could consider this empowered Kuo-toa a god. If they can create stuff out of nothing, why couldn't they create something out of something? More often than not, though, it's not going to be one of those things where they have control over it, right? It's not a control thing. They don't know what they're doing. Because that's part of creating a god out of just sheer belief. You believe it's real, so it becomes real. You can't, more often than not, you can't force yourself into believing something, at least not very easily. Hello, you have returned. It's you, the weirdo, running that Warhammer fantasy. How's it going, Sapphic Panic? How's life treating you? And welcome back. Funny that you show up, because we're making connections between 40k orcs and D&D Kuo-toa. But yeah, they're not going to be able to band together to just warp reality to make all of them the most powerful. But there's going to be certain, like, they're going to carry certain mythologies. They're going to carry certain beliefs with them. And that's what happens. And all that's going to do is, it's not going to make them go, oh, hey, we thought it, so it became true, so maybe we have this power. It's going to be our beliefs. We believed in the right thing. This is great. And it's going to make that belief even stronger. There's a disconnect between their power, or them using their powers, and their awareness of their powers. And that's what I'm running with this. So I'm going to make a giant Kuo-toa. It absolutely could be a god Kuo-toa. But if they just believe, not that it's a god, because boy, that would be sacrilege, especially in a theocracy, but it's just the most powerful servant of their god, I could absolutely see this being something that they just create. You're still running that, and session 1 was certified great success. Nice. 2 hours kind of just slipped right by us. Hey, very, very nice. Standard solo sesh, so not bad. Yeah. Well, I'm glad it went well, Sapphic. I'm glad it went well. What are your plans for the future for it? Okay. So, bite. We're gonna make this thing super threatening, and I'm gonna kind of throw certain rules and stuff to the wind. We're gonna make the bite do D10s. We're gonna make it do 4 D10s. It's also gonna do the +7. It's hit. What is that? That's 11, 22, 29 average. Did I just theorize a Kuo-toa greater celestial? I mean, it could be. There's a lot of stuff, and this is why I like the Kuo-toa so much. I actually, like, I've used them a couple times. Actually, I've only used them once. I've only used them once in my games. And it was literally just like, oh yeah, they're there, they're coming for you, and then the party killed them. And I was like, okay, cool. But the flavor behind the Kuo-toas I absolutely love. It's also the reason why I told my friends that if I ever was going to play Warhammer 40k, I was pretty much only going to play orcs. Like, I would only play orcs because I love the idea behind them of them being able to control reality simply based on their beliefs, but not being aware enough of it to have full control over it. It's just, it's fantastic, and I love it. I love it. So we're breaking this. We're breaking this. It's to hit on this is going to be a plus 14. And we're actually not even gonna keep using some of these. Like, there's no reason why this giant Kuo-toa would have a spear, right? But we're absolutely gonna increase the reach on it. Actually, for this one, I think only 10. But for whatever other thing we do right here, it's gonna be a 15-foot reach. Yeah, we'll have to look over all of that. Is it gonna have a net? No, probably not. Probably not. Is it gonna have a reaction? Absolutely. We're also gonna give this thing legendary actions. We're gonna give it God, I don't know. I want to give it more than just one attack, though. That for sure. That is for sure. One in target. This one is gonna be 12s. We'll make it 3. All right. We might add more to this. We might add more to this. We'll see. D12s is 6.5. So 13, 19, 26. Yeah, bite, claw. What we might do. Oh God. What we could do, what we will do, what we should do. Oh, we need to let it eat stuff. It's giant, right? So we should let it eat stuff. You know what else eats stuff? The Tarask. Ooh, Sapphic. You know what else is great about the Kuo-toa? From memory, there are enough CR half and less stat blocks that you could easily use them as an alternative to your typical goblin, kobold, or zombie starter encounters, but remain a tangible threat throughout the campaign that doesn't just leave your party wondering how they got. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, sure. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So you're talking about like building a campaign around, or where where the Kuo-toa are the larger threat, or the most prolific threat, right? So instead of everybody constantly using goblins, kobolds, orcs, zombies, skeletons, you can make an entire campaign that was just full of Kuo-toa. They are essentially a fully equipped threat system equivalent in versatility to the old kobold and dragon against system. Yeah, absolutely. I love the Kuo-toa. And honestly, you've kind of missed it, Sapphic. That's what we're going over today. That's what we're going over today. So I just finished making this giant kobold, and it's literally just another kobold. He's just big, but in bumping up the size of a creature, there's so many different changes that can be made. And then the one before it, we did a ninja goblin. Right, the threat system. But again, we did a ninja goblin. We essentially just took a goblin, rather than making it bigger or smaller or, just more powerful, we gave it things. We gave it stuff to make it more threatening. So yeah, we're kind of bumping up, and you could do this with any of it. Oh wait, yeah. I'm essentially taking stat blocks for various things. Yeah, I'm essentially just taking stat blocks for various things and making them more useful for later levels, right? Because at a certain level, fighting goblins is boring. Fighting goblins is menial. There's no point in making your level 20 party fight these goblins. Hell, there's no point in making your level 10 party fight these goblins. So we're making them worth fighting. Their AC is dropped, but now they've got more health, and their stats are higher. The goblins are better at stealthing. They've got sneak attack. They can assassinate. They've got shadow jaunt to teleport between shadows, and they've still got their short bow and katana. Useful. With all of these things, it creates tactics. These are not goblins that should be used as, fodder thrown out in front of the party for them to slaughter while the big bad throws bolts of lightning at the party. These are goblins that should work as a team in an environment that they're familiar with, to constantly teleport around, use the short bow to attack the party, use their bonus action to hide, teleport, attack from the shadows, and just keep repeating that, because it's a situation that can cause a lot of issues for the party, and puts them in a position where it's like, okay, well, do we run, or what are we gonna do to make it so they can't keep just beating the shit out of us? Giant Kobold was less that, and it was literally, what are the effects of making something bigger? What happens when we take something that's small and we just boost it up in size? We didn't add anything extra. We changed the sling to a rock throw, made it go not as far, I'm pretty sure, but damage goes up as you increase size. HP goes up as you increase size. Other than that, I think we boosted the stats just a little bit, but generally, just this giant kobold, this would be a good boss fight for a party of, I'd say a party of level 3s. Victor, how's it going? The way you make goblins threatening at higher levels is hordes. See how many of the monsters hit a PC on average and roll damage equivalent to the result, with crits applying as well. Each horde creature only has 1 HP, and the horde's health is equal to the amount of monsters. Also, they take half damage from attacks. That works, but then my only issue with that is I've seen what it's like to have to run an entire horde of enemies, and it does work. I think, though, instances where those creatures only have 1 HP, it's better used in, like, large scale battles, right? Where if you wanted to put your players in the middle of a massive battle between two armies, and they're in the crowd and there's friend and foe all around them, those kinds of situations makes for better use for those 1 HP what do you call those? I can't remember what the word is, but essentially makes for better use for those 1 HP units, where your party is better for minions. Thank you. It's a very limiting use for minions. I find minions are better used when they're there more as environmental damage and less as the main target, right? Because that's the entire point behind them having 1 HP, is it's something that you can just kind of swat away. But an entire horde or a swarm, essentially, is what that is. You're running a swarm of goblins. It can work, but still, I don't know. It just feels meh. And I say this because I've played in a game where we faced actually about 20 kobolds, and I couldn't imagine how my DM was gonna run it. And then I ran a one-shot where the game, whoever wrote the one-shot literally said, like, yeah, there's 50 black cats that are all gonna attack. And I was like, I don't want to run 50 cats. This is not fun. Especially when they're so weak. Their to hit bonus is so low that more often than not, especially if you are playing a homebrew campaign, you've given out magic items, you've given out magic armor, you've given out magic weapons. And 5e is not built for those things. Funnily enough, 5th edition is not built for magic items, or for the players to have magic items. But, yeah. Let's see. Meatball says that's a very limited use for minions. Of course, they're typically there to support a flagship monster or enemy. They exist to drain resources. Exactly. Victor's rules exist in the DMG. There's a chart you refer to. Yeah. So, minions, those kinds of things, very much, that's where they become more environmental. To run a horde, I'd much rather just put something bigger, something more threatening in front of the players, rather than have them face an entire army. And if they are facing an entire army, even if they are level 20 characters, unless they're popping fireballs constantly, a horde of 50 or 100 or 200 goblins, regardless of how strong your barbarian is, they do get overwhelmed at a certain point. So it's one of those things. I don't know. I guess it's the trouble between, it's the trouble of finding the middle ground between suspension of disbelief and trying to keep it real. Sapphic, so you have to make a stat block as well on your end. It's the mule of unusual size. Ah, yes, your moose. I remember the moose. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it, but even if it is 10 goblins all with 1 strength, 20 goblins all with 1 strength, at a certain point they're gonna weigh a PC's, a player's character down. They're gonna become an issue that, like, realistically, they wouldn't be able to do. And you should still have some realism in your games. You absolutely should still have some realism in your games. Because if you don't, then you have your players breaking rules and becoming overpowered, and it's rough. It's rough. So, yeah, just my thoughts on that. Just my thoughts on that. There's the alert. Hey, Roxy and J-Ron, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. I kept you up, but I didn't see how your run went. What was his time, Roxy? What was his time on disc 1? But yeah, so more often than not, I'm probably gonna want to run just one single bigger or more powerful thing. Not necessarily physically bigger, but something more powerful. 210, not bad. Not bad. My DMG's over there because I took it with me when I played D&D yesterday, and it's still in my backpack. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'll grab it. 1 second. Let me grab it. Okay, have I done the ninja goblins? Yes, Roxy, it was the first thing we did. And I'll let you look at it. Here, there we go. Roxy's ninja goblin. You said 250, huh? Let's take a look at this. Yes, mob attacks. Right there. So, attackers needed for 1 to hit. Oh god, handling mobs. Instead of rolling an attack roll, determine the minimum d20 roll a creature needs in order to hit a target by subtracting its attack bonus from the target's AC. Gross. So, if you needed your goblins to roll a 19 to hit, and you had a mob of 50, it would take 10 of those 50 to get 1 hit. Which means... Which means 5 hits. 5 hits in 1 combat. With regular goblins? With a regular goblin? I guess it's 25. But then if they've also got 1 HP each, essentially this horde of goblins has 50 health. They'd get melted real fast. It's one of those situations where it's like, I don't know. I'd still consider that kind of situation to be a low-level party thing. I couldn't see it being effective against a higher level party unless you were using 200 or 300 goblins. But at that point, it's massive amounts of damage. And then you have the issue of the action economy. Because if your players all go first and you've got a horde of 300 goblins, but your players manage to do 100 damage in 1 turn, well, now you're down to 200 goblins. And you're going to be doing far less damage than you were with the 300. And I don't know, it's messy. The point isn't always to put their lives in danger, it's to expend resources. But what resources would actually be expend? Like, and how do you calculate your melee attackers doing their damage? Because if your barbarians rolling and they're doing 15 damage, are they killing 15 goblins? Or are they only killing one goblin? So it's rather than them even rolling damage, you're just going, okay, well, you swung once, you kill one goblin. Because then there's the realism. So if you didn't go with realism, then they're sweeping through a crowd of goblins, and then they're not really burning any resources, right? Sometimes the resources are HP. I guess it depends on the party composition. You're not concerned about realism. Right. A large creature automatically has the fear trait for smaller creatures. Oh. So you're just contending with exactly how powerful even a mule mount is in combat, Sapphic. Rules are very clear that when mounted, you use your mount size for the purpose of determining the fear and terror effects you suffer. Sure. A large creature automatically has the fear trait for smaller creatures. Okay, fair enough. It's a heroic fantasy game. True. Meatball, do you also let your players roll a d20 on absolutely everything they want to do? Or is there stuff that their characters just cannot do? Because if you have a character that says that they want to run straight up 100-foot wall to try to reach a window up there, are you gonna let them roll a d20 and see if they can do it? And I mean, I get it. It is a heroic fantasy game. But again, if you have a creature, because essentially this horde could be considered one single creature. You have a creature that's damage constantly drops as it takes damage. You have something that's threatening in the beginning and then boring and menial in the end. If you kind of follow that. And that's why I say things like that. And then, you'd need the space, unless you're saying that you fit 500 goblins in a 20 by 20 space with your party. But at that point, like, I don't know. I don't like the idea of it. But then again, I don't play RPGs to be Superman. And maybe that's the biggest difference. I don't play RPGs to be Superman. I don't play characters that are good at absolutely everything and absolutely unstoppable. I want characters to have flaws and whatnot. So that means that when the majority of enemies he's going to be facing, the meat and potatoes of enemy forces, are stunty little goblins, you're not going to say he'll crush them since they only need a decent willpower stat and or drugs to just ignore it. But you do want to say that he now stands a chance. You still talking about your moves, Sapphic? But yeah, I don't know. I'm just different play styles, I guess, is what it kind of boils down to. Different play styles is what it boils down to. But again, like for me, if I'm gonna run a large number of creatures, if I'm gonna run a horde, it's gonna be a situation where they're either all coming in from all around. No, even then, goblins can still be deadly. Absolutely, goblins can be deadly. Goblins absolutely can be deadly. You can do what Tucker's Kobolds does, or you can, with kobolds or goblins or what have you, or you can just create goblins based off of the base stat block that are more threatening. And not by bumping up their AC by 10, but just by doing the normal, treating them as characters, treating them as PCs. You can bump them up, give them different abilities, stuff like that. The more deadly you want, the more abilities you give it. The more resistances you give it, the more health you give it. Bump its AC up a few times. Make it faster. Let it climb. Let it fly. Let it fly and give it a ranged attack. Lots of different things you can do. Also, when mounted, you use your mount stats for determining how much you can carry, including what armor you can wear. He could wear a lot of heavy armor in combat. You're taking full plate. Honestly, if he can find the coin, he can wear his plate over chainmail and get the benefits and flaws of both. Okay. I wouldn't. It's the one thing you said. It's the one thing you said. It's the wearing two kinds of armor, one on top of another. I mean, chainmail underneath plate mail wasn't often a thing, because both were typically fitted to you, so they weren't baggy. There wasn't a whole lot of room inside of them. They were kind of not perfectly form fitted, but made to be worn kind of like clothes. And because they provided different benefits, I don't know that you would wear one over the other. I don't know what benefits you'd get from wearing both. The goblins in Goblin Slayer kill people, so why not enhance them? Nothing OP, but gives a new challenge for the players. Yeah, absolutely. You can do lots of stuff. So, Roxy, we did the Ninja Goblin, right? We did the Ninja Goblin. We did the giant kobold. We literally just took a kobold and made it bigger, and I kind of justified what changes would happen just by making it bigger. And now we're making essentially a world-ending Kuatoa. Chainmail specifically has the flexible trait. The rules say you can wear other armor over them. Okay. Interesting. That's very interesting. Very interesting. What, Sapphic, what system is this for? Bum, bum. Oh, it's the Warhammer Fantasy. Right. Never mind. Rules are written, rules as intended, they can be layered. Downside is purely that it's so bloody heavy. Okay, fair enough. Interesting, because you know what's funny? Like, I would imagine that... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that system, so I can't comment on it. It sounds weird because the two different armor types do kind of vastly different things. Yeah, I like the Ninja Goblin idea, Roxy. It was a good starting point. It was a good, fun thing, and is actually something that I might throw at my players, because I like this idea. I like this idea of these, you know, assassin goblins that can just kind of teleport around in the shadows, and it would absolutely piss my players off. Empowered Kuo-toa, I'm gonna leave the sunlight sensitivity because I kind of like the idea of this gargantuan Kuo-toa emerging from the sea every night to terrorize the land or just kind of wander around. But then it returns every dawn before the sun comes up. I like it. It makes it a nighttime threat. Those are always fun. I was looking at the Tarrasque because I wanted to take this. I actually wanted to take this. So it's a D12? Okay. I'm fine with D12s. That's, what, 13, 26, 33? God, this thing has a... Fuck, it's so fucking powerful. Yeah, it's super powerful. But what I wanted was piercing damage if the target is a creature. It is grappled. We're gonna do this. Keep text only. If the target is a creature, it's grappled. Escape DC is gonna be 8 plus proficiency, so 15. Well, that's not quite right, is it? What is it? 19? I guess that kind of falls apart at this point with the larger creatures. So we could do... We'll make it escape DC of 18. Why not? If the empowered Kuo-toa was a god, you could maybe justify that by making it so that it takes over and enhances the body of one of its followers, but like temporarily. So each night it chooses a random follower to use as a vessel. I could. It's not a bad idea. The idea behind this one was that it was something that was just kind of, it was a Kuotoa that was born, and through prophecy or whatever, the Kuotoa just believed it to be the most powerful of them all. So it grew up to be the most powerful of them all by being the biggest, the strongest, the most healthy, the most powerful, you know, that kind of stuff. To make it a god, it's a possibility, but I think it would also be one of those situations where, again, because there's society, per the books, in your game you can do whatever you want, but because it's easier for me, I typically try to run per the books. Per the books, they live in a theocracy, so they're ruled by their religion, they're ruled by their beliefs, and it would be sacrilege for somebody born to become a god, right? But to become just the biggest and the strongest, it's not too bad, right? Trying to figure out, yeah, I guess we'll make it a DC 18. The target is restrained and the empowered Kuotoa can't bite another target. Yeah, that's great. Whatever. What I want is the swallow. There we go. Copy. Paste the text only. And delete that. We'll delete that. We'll delete that. We'll have to change to Rask to Kuotoa all over the place, but maybe the followers just perceive the Kuotoa to be godlike. Maybe. You're not saying they were both that way, Sapphic, in this version? Sure. Or they were both born that way, or they were born that way. Yeah, sure. What makes it NE? What do you mean? What do you mean by NE? Oh, what makes it neutral evil? Literally nothing. I copy pasted. Nothing. Do I have, yeah, there we go. I hate alignment on creatures. I absolutely hate alignment on creatures. Because then you look at it and go, okay, well, I guess all the goblins have to be evil because the book says they're all evil. No, stop it. Get some help. There's no reason why your creatures should be... There's no reason why your creatures can't be another alignment than what's in the book. There's no reason for the alignments to actually be there. It could be a giant Kuotoa that's actually trying to lead people to being, or trying to lead the other Kuotoa to being better. You'd say all creatures are neutral? No. All creatures have an alignment, absolutely. More often than not, actually no, 100% though, it's always lawful, neutral, chaotic. There is no good and evil. There is no good and evil because good and evil is purely based on perception. And not your perception, but the perception of others. So whether this Kuo-toa is good or evil is completely dependent on what side you're on. If you're on the Kuo-toa's side, that Kuo-toa is probably very, very good. But if you're the people living in the village, it's kind of just stomping on as it moves around. You'd probably say that it's evil, right? It's perception. There is no good and evil, but there absolutely is lawful, chaotic, neutral. But even then, fuck, even lawful and chaotic could be completely up to perception. You don't. Alignment by setting is sensible. Not all worlds have evil goblins, but there are worlds that do, like Greyhawk, Forgotten Realms. Yeah, absolutely. Your world is your own, but canon is also sacred, and you just made the law versus chaos axis valid. You get the law versus chaos chat. It's one of those things where I hate alignment. I tell my players, do not choose your alignment. Just play. Play how you want your character to play. Writing down your alignment is never gonna matter, whatever it is. The only time it would matter is if you're playing a paladin or a cleric. Yeah, I think that's about it. You're gonna be in and out. Hey, not a problem, Meatball. Not a problem. Yeah, the only time alignment's gonna matter is if you're a cleric or a paladin and you have to abide by a god's alignment. Or their alignment spectrum. But even then, I mean, you know, if you're playing a cleric of Bahamut and you're going around murdering people constantly, you're probably not a cleric of Bahamut, right? But if you're playing a cleric of Bahamut, you probably chose to roleplay as that, and you want to roleplay as somebody who abides by the law and does good things, stuff like that. Or at least abides by your god's law and does things that are good in your god's eyes. Because there's another thing, again, because it's all based on perception, what your god or what your god says is law and good may not be what is law and good to other civilizations, communities, stuff like that. Maybe the Kuo-toa only harms those who antagonize it. Maybe. Because it could be a situation where it's just so big it doesn't really care what it's walking on. It has a goal and it wants to get there. Is it killing people intentionally? Is it crushing people's homes intentionally? Maybe not. But if they're in its way and it has a goal, I could see it doing that. But still, yeah. Victor, you tell your players to choose their law neutral chaos axis, but not the other crap. No good or evil, only law and chaos. That works too. That works too. But again, like, even as I talk about it, lawful and chaotic, they could be up to perception. If it's lawful to be chaotic, are you chaotic or are you lawful? You like humans stepping on ants. Yeah, like humans stepping on ants. Exactly, Roxy. Exactly. So there's a question. If it's lawful to be chaotic, are you chaotic or are you lawful? Or is it if it's chaotic to be lawful, are you chaotic or are you lawful? Because what's chaotic to some people isn't always chaotic to others. Like, a lot of people would say that nature is just chaos, right? There's chaos in nature. You never know what's going to happen. You've got storms, growth just happens wherever it wants. There's no real rules about it, right? But even that chaos has certain order to it. There's order to the chaos. You'd have to be truly, absolutely, fully chaotic to be able to stray away from anything lawful. So what's lawful for a druid is very likely chaotic for a paladin or a rogue. Survival of the fittest is generally chaotic while relying on others for survival is lawful. Nature is neutral because there's a method to the madness. Yeah. I can see that. And you know what? There's that thing. There's the neutral part. Because it's not black and white, right? It's not black and white. It's a spectrum. It's a wide spectrum. And that's why we have the 9 boxes, right? But really, it's not even 9 boxes. It's more like 25 boxes because you've got the middle points between each box. And then, even then, you've got even more. And I think at that point, it's what? 81 boxes? Because then you have the middle points between the middle points. And it's a spectrum. There's no solid division between what is neutral and what is lawful and what is chaotic unless you're at the absolute opposite ends. All animals do what their instincts dictate? Absolutely. And some would see those instincts as being lawful. To what laws? That's a good question, but it would be lawful. But then, a lot of the time, the instincts may seem to drive people into doing random things, so it's then chaotic. Like, that's the whole point behind, how do I phrase this? There are some people that will constantly tell you to not give in to your base animal instincts. They tell you to fight it and be more civilized because they have a vision of what lawful is. But out in the wilderness, you do what you have to because that's how you survive. That's what becomes lawful. And lawful isn't always good because then you have lawful, you have lawful evil. I don't know. I could talk about this forever. The laws of nature, humans are the true monsters. It's a quick excerpt from module. Okay, yeah, Victor, let's hear it. 2 paragraphs from the 3rd encounter of the 2nd level of the dungeons. Yeah, let's hear it. On the backmost islet, the vegetation is even more overgrown. Hidden in the vines and brushes is a treasure chest. The chest is unlocked, but characters who try to open it must make a saving throw to avoid a swinging blade trap that cuts off fingers off their character. Inside the chest is a pouch containing gold, as well as potions of healing, some ceremonial robes. You're gonna cut off their fingers. So, okay. I would say maybe don't cut off the fingers. Wait, hold on. Where's this swinging blade trap coming down from? Prove to me that you need fingers? Well, technically, the only finger you don't need is your ring finger. Funnily enough, because your ring finger doesn't help with grip at all, but your pinky, your middle, your pointer, and your thumb, you need all 4 of those. It's on the inside of the chest lid. Oh, okay. Interesting. Anubis is anti-marriage. Yeah, I'm, totally anti-marriage. I'm so anti-marriage. Oh, where is it? I don't know if you guys know. I've said it before, but I don't know if you guys know. I am a ordained minister. So if you want to get married in Oregon, I can marry you. But yeah, anti-marriage. I will DM your wedding. How did I never think of it like that before? I don't know. I'm iffy about them losing fingers. That's the only thing. Especially when it's like, it's just kind of out of the blue, kind of a random thing. I'd say absolutely hurt them. I'd say absolutely hurt them. Put a trap in there. You could have it like a spring-loaded needle trap that stabs their hands once they open the lid to a certain point, and it just kind of like juts out all around the opening rim on both the lid and the base part of the chest. But cutting off fingers is rough. Unless it's a world where prosthetics are easily they're easy to get a hold of, and it's just kind of a way of life, right? Like, people just lose body parts, so there's a shop in every town that produces, you know, mechanical limbs and fingers and whatnot. If that's the case, then yeah, okay, cut their fingers off. But generally, I'd say no. I'd say save the dismemberment for if they die. Which reminds me, since I killed my wife on Saturday, I need to think of something. Hi. Maybe you've been reading too much Dungeon Crawl Classics. Yeah. Be very wary if you're looking into older Dungeons and Dragons stuff. My DM for our Sunday games likes to use a lot of older stuff, and boy, when he ran us through the original Tomb of Annihilation, it was bad. You love the casual since I killed more. Yeah, J-Rod, don't worry about it. She's totally still alive. And Total Chaos, I appreciate the lurk.
I got backup characters.
Yes, she has backup characters. But she's not gonna need them, are you? You got brought back to life, didn't you?
Not yet.
Not yet, no.
Limited number of blue diamonds.
Trust me, if your character actually dies, that's when you need to really start to worry.
Yeah, because he wasn't the man in him.
Because if her character actually dies, I'm gonna bring it back as an NPC and use it to kill them all. So anyway. Yeah. Where did we go? We went way off rails. We went way off the rails. We're building this empowered Kuatoa. The idea is literally, it's just this, their community believes that this Kuatoa is the most powerful of them all, not a god, but just the most powerful because it was born the biggest, and that's what drives all of it. That's what drives all of it, is this belief that because it was the biggest, it's going to be the biggest, and because it's the biggest, it's the most powerful. Super, super basic beliefs, but the kind of thing that is absolutely 100% believable. It's also a backstory that my players will never ask about, so it doesn't fucking matter. I could throw a giant carrot on spider legs at my players and they'd kill it and go, yep, this is the world we live in, even though I've never done it. Anyway. That perception should be a 13 now. And that passive perception should be 23, technically? I don't know what it was before. Matters to me as creator. Yes, exactly. Because again, I've mentioned it before. I always try to justify what I'm doing. I don't ever want to just throw something into my world that I've created just because, oh, I like this. If it's something that I like, I always try to tie it to something that's happening or give it a reason. Because again, it's my world. The world matters to me. So what I put into it is going to matter to me. Yeah, so we need to change every single iteration of Tarask into Kuatoa. There we go. We'll make it a DC 18 con save. I actually need to kind of read through this. Kuatoa makes one bite attack against a large or smaller creature it is grappling. Right. Oh god. Fucking multi-attack on the Tarask is 5 attacks. Oh. Maybe I'll find a player that'll want to find out more about X creatures you've made. Yeah, maybe. It's also one of those things where it's like I'm also not gonna drop a bunch of information on my players unless they ask, and just because they ask doesn't mean that I'm gonna just tell them everything. I want to make sure that their characters know what their characters would know. Okay. Let me see. I can pretty much just take this as is. So Kuatoa makes one bite attack against a large or smaller creature it is grappling. If the attack hits, the target takes the bite's damage. Target is swallowed, and the grapple ends. While swallowed, the creature is blinded and restrained, has total cover, and it takes... Let's make it, let's make it 12d6. What's 7 times 6? 42? 42 acid damage at the start of each of its turns. If it takes... 60 damage or more on a single turn from the creature inside, must succeed on a con save at the end of that turn or regurgitate all swallowed creatures. Yep, cool. Wonderful. I'm pretty much just going to keep all of that the exact same way. Let's see. Victor, hey kids, do you like extreme violence? Do you want to delve to the depths of a dark fortress ruled by 2 lords of evil chaos and uncover the treasures within? Do you want to try and in vain save the lord of the nearby village while savage bestial humanoids try to kill you and eldritch monstrosities seek to devour your flesh? No, too bad. That's all you're getting in this adventure. The Lost Cavern of the Lake of Flame. Oh god. That sounds fun, actually. I'd play in that. Okay, so I think that's about all I want to take from the Tarask. I'm gonna go back to the Kuotoas. Gonna go back to just this one. I don't know that we should add any magic abilities, but the sticky shield is a great one. So when a creature misses with a melee weapon attack at AC 22, probably gonna fucking happen. Uses its sticky shield. Oh. I took away the shield. I took away the shield. So I can't do that. I can't do that. What can I do, though? I want to give it a reaction. I want to give it a reaction. I want to give it a reaction. What should I do? Maybe a water magic or some form of water control would fit. Yeah. Funnily enough, you're looking to playtest this bad boy, Victor. You need to test it on levels 1 to 5 because unlike other modules, it's suitable for characters of those levels. Oh, okay. Neat. Water magic or some kind of water control would work. Absolutely could work. I kind of like the idea of just keeping him... I don't know. I missed it. I missed what I was looking for. Legendary actions. Woo! We're gonna give it some legendary actions. Because why not? No, I like it, Roxy. I like it. I'm trying to think of how it would work. Right now I want to make sure it has I want to give it a reaction. I want to give it something that it can do. You picked a hell of a week to go to Chicago. Oh no, Meatball, what's happening? Legendary actions. I'm gonna take these. Keep text only. Ba-bum. You never been in a tornado before. Oh God. I hope you're okay, Meatball. Victor, there's a random number of monsters in each given encounter depending on the party's level. For example, at the start of the adventure, there's a fight against some beastmen, and depending on the party level, there's 2 to 5 of them bad boys. Oh, neat. It's quite a show. How close is the tornado, Meatball? Internet might go out though. Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming you're in a basement or you're somewhere safe, Meatball. And I'm sure you'll be okay. Seems like it's everywhere. Yeah, I've heard they can be absolutely terrifying, but as long as you're down below somewhere, no way you're on the porch. Oh, well, that seems safe, Meatball. That seems safe. Okay, legendary actions. I do want a reaction. I'm gonna keep the detect. Just cause. We're gonna change this into a claw attack. We're gonna change this one into a bite attack. Okay, we'll do this. Make it lunge at a target in range. Actually, no. I think it's literally just gonna be... No, this is too much. Makes a bite attack. There we go. Fair enough. Fair enough. That should be okay. He gonna be chomping on a lot of stuff. Thank you, Roxy. Reviews. Maybe change the sticky shield to water shield. Okay, Roxy. How would the water shield work? I do want to give it a reaction. I just don't know what. Ooh. Ooh. Wait. What if... Oh, I could give it the reflective carapace as a reaction. If you do get cut out, please use your reassembling skeleton rule. Wait, for you or or for a creature? And what's your reassembling skeleton rule? I don't know that I've seen it. Oh, I could give it the reflective. Ooh, no, wait, what if? Hold on, I have an idea. Reaction. Dazzling Shimmer. When the Kuatoa is struck by a melee attack, it can use its reaction to how do I want to phrase this? So essentially what I want to do is I want to give it the ability to I kind of, because it's a fish person, right? I kind of want to give it the ability to, like, as a reaction, I guess charm people or stun them. Yeah, like charm them or stun them using its scales. Whenever a group of skeletons is defeated, their remains reassemble within 1d4 rounds into a number of skeletons equal to half the number of previous. Oh. Works best with binary sequence numbers. Yeah, no, that's okay. I like that. I like that. So it would be... what are they? It would be dry bones. It would be a dry bones situation, but their numbers constantly cut in half. I like that. Yeah, example, the party fights 4 skeletons, then 2 come up. When those are done, 1 comes up. Yeah, because it's binary. It would have to go to get all the way down to 1. It would have to go 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Although if you're throwing 64 skeletons at your party, this can be prevented only if the remains are immediately treated with holy water. Ooh, Meatball, I like that. I like that. That makes skeletons more interesting. That makes skeletons a lot more interesting. Okay. Let's see. Makes them not suck. You know what else makes skeletons not suck? Just making them better. Right? Victor, another excerpt. The party gets their sick ride. As the candles light burns softly in the cave's darkness, a haunting drumming echoes through the depths. Emerging from the steam clouds, a mighty vessel sails towards the islet. Its head is like that of a mighty serpent. Its sails as black as night, and upon closer inspection, its keel is made of ribs. The vessel is not manned by any and makes no sound as... Oh, ghost ship. You wanted them to have something like the zombies hang on for dear death mechanic. Yeah, no, I like it. I like it, Meatball. And it also implies that as you're like defeating these skeletons, you're breaking some of them apart, but not all of them. Kind of like just scattering the bones around, but the damage that's been done has broken some of the bones to make them not usable anymore. Could charm, stun, frighten, or stun, roll a d4 to resolve. So double chance at stun. Actually, what if I just chose or okay, hold on, I can roll with this. When the Kuota is struck by a melee attack, it can use its reaction to cause its iridescent. Damn, only 1 R. Cause its iridescent scales to reflect light back at the attacker. The attacker must make a DC something. What kind of save is it against typical charms? Is it always wisdom? I think it's wisdom. Typo and double stun. Oh, okay. The ship is also sentient, Victor, and is chaotic neutral, as it once served the 2 Chaos Lord brothers, but then when they died, it decided, man, fuck these 2. I'm my own shit. Oh, funny. You'll just obey whoever has the candle. Yeah, free life, here I come. That's still not free life. They're still not free to do as they wish. Okay. Must make a DC something wisdom save. Well, we can run it off of Constitution. We'll make it 17. I don't care. This is one point where, like, DCs the DCs start to fall apart for larger creatures. It's not that smart. Intelligence 7 and Wisdom 8. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, Victor. The attacker must make a DC 17 Wisdom save. And on a failure, suffer the a random effect from the following table. Insert table. D6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why not? Or actually, you know what? No. We'll just do a D4. We'll just do a D4. On a 4, they are stunned. On a 1, they are Oh my god, what is wrong with me? 3 is blinded, 2 is frightened, 1 is charmed. Probably a dick move, but smart for dumb for a sentient ship. You like sharing these encounter descriptions? Yeah, no, I like them. A dark chapel-like building looms over the small islet. Its polished stone walls have been kept clean by the steam rising from the surrounding waters. There are large, imposing bronze doors, towers over the landscape, and a foul odor floats about the islet. I like it. I like it. Yeah, no, Roxy, I think rolling the die on it is a good idea. Ow. And I don't know why I didn't think of blinded. But no, this is good. I don't know how this stuff is phrased. How is this stuff phrased? I know. Oh no, wait, hold on. I think it's kind of phrased in the frightful presence. Must yeah, here we go. Succeed on a DC 17 Wisdom save. Or suffer a random effect from the following table for 1 minute. There we go. And then I'm just going to copy paste. Creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Copy. Keep text only. Space that. Period there. Do we make it so they can become immune after being affected with it? We probably should. Otherwise a chance at being stunned every single fucking turn, that really sucks. For a short time, yeah. So we'll include this. If a creature saving throw is successful or the effect ends for it, the creature is immune to the... yeah, we'll do that for 24 hours. Paste, keep text. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. That works for me. I'm happy with that, especially as a reaction. Hey, Dognus, how's it going? How's life treating you, buddy? No, I like this. I like this as a reaction, because again, like. Although it only works on melee attacks, should we? No, we'll keep it that way. We'll keep it that way. Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna keep the legendary actions. What else are we missing? Kotoka makes 1 bite attack. Or uses it's I'm taking that straight from the Tarask. So we're kind of making a Tarask. We're kind of making a Kuoto Tarask. Looking for a new job and living. Hey, nice. As long as you're upgrading, right? As long as you're upgrading. I like the reflective carapace, but let me see the Kuotoa Archpriest. I feel like giving it some spells would Oh. You know what we could do? Kuotoa are always fun, and we're just making a giant one. A really, really fucking mean giant one. You know what I might do? Where are the spells? Where are the spells? I need 9th level spells. Is it 9th level? Oh, whoops. Is it 9th level? Is it Storm of Vengeance? It is. It's Storm of Vengeance. Oh my god, Storm of Vengeance. So good. Yeah, control water, but what if it's not something that... What if it's not something that it has control over? Victor, the doors are open. Wonder what's inside the chapel. The shadows of the hall seem to close in on all who pass the open doors. 2 chandeliers hang from the ceiling of the hall, having long since burned out. A rug fashioned from some megafauna decorates the floor. And a throne of beast bones sits in the center of the hall. Stepping from the shadows, a withered, hunched figure emerges. Its claws, long and jet black, it growls through gritted teeth. Do not disturb the seat of the lords. Neat! Water magic? Roxy's like, water magic now! So, Roxy, what if we did Storm? What if we did Storm? We gave it a 9th level spell that just kind of went off at, say, half HP? And doesn't require concentration. So even if they kill it, the storm's still gonna like run through all of its stages. That could be fun. What does it have to deal with flying people? May I recommend petrification? Nothing is more terrifying than having an ally solidified sink into the sea. Oh god, that's terrifying. Cool storm works. Yeah, I like the storm, and that's a good it's a good point, Dogness. It's a good point. This thing kind of doesn't have anything it can do. Hey, Ray, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Kind of stealing from other things. Well, actually, I'm kind of just stealing from the Tarrasque, but now I'm curious. Does the Tarrasque have anything against flying enemies? No, it really doesn't, does it? Ugh, the Tarrasque is so terrible. Let's look at an astral dreadnought. Popping my elbow. We like astral dreadnoughts, right? Anti-magic cone. Astral entity. Sounds cool. Sever silver cord. Oh god. Oh god. This thing's mean. What does it have? Just bite, claw, but then I guess it flies, doesn't it? Ooh, there. That's what we can do. That's what we can do. I need something. That's what we can do. A whirlpool breath that pulls in a cone 60 feet, failing a strength save, disadvantage if not on solid earth. That we could do. That we could do. Or I kind of want to give it Storm of Vengeance as like a thing that just fucking happens. But I also, what if it had the ability, because Kuo-toa are psychic creatures, right? Why not give it like a not as powerful for obvious reasons, but what if we give it the ability to psychic scream at people? That would be fun. Yeah, why not? I could make it less, but essentially give it the ability to target somebody that it can see, and just melt their brain. You mean why not? Oh no, not the why nots. Not the why nots. That reminds me, I need to start up another Nuzlocke at some point. Okay, hold on. What's the multi-attack gonna actually do? Makes 4 attacks. Two with its no, sorry. Let me do this. 1 with its bite. God, I need to look at how it's phrased. Go to it makes 4 attacks. 1 with its bite. Yeah, there we go. So it is a colon. 2 with its claws, and 1 with its psychic scream. Sure, that's what we'll call it right now. And then, yeah, here we go. This way, we can really put the pressure on people. It's a big thing. It should be attacking multiple times. They also warp reality. Maybe Weird could use... Oh! I didn't even think of... Let's look at Weird. Let's look at Weird. Drawn out of the deepest fears of a group of creatures, you create illusory creatures in their minds, visible only to them. Each creature in a 30-foot radius sphere centered on a point of your choice within range must make a wisdom save, or they're frightened. Save or take psychic damage. Yeah. Weird really sucks, doesn't it? Weird really sucks, doesn't it, Dogness? Victor, the creature is white. Its purpose is to defend the throne with its unlife. Fair. At levels 3 and onwards, there's also a second white. The whites do not have weapons, but their claws have become weapons on their own right. Neat. They'll defend the throne to the bitter end, never showing signs of relenting. They have chainmail, pouch of black powdery substance. Creatures that inhale the powder get a barbarian's rage for 2 minutes. Ooh. Gaining 2 levels of exhaustion when the effect ends. Ooh, I like that. I like the drugs, Victor. I like the inclusion of drugs. Weird. Weird really sucks, doesn't it? I guess the only upside to Weird is it's a 30-foot radius, which is huge. Even if it had a permanent aura of the Weird effect, it'd still be meh. Yeah, Weird sucks. I think I'd probably only ever use Weird. As a player, I don't think I'd ever use Weird. As a DM, I might do something like Weird. I might do something like Weird, but it would have to be homebrewed to be a bit stronger. Is this? Yeah, Explorer's Guide to Wild Mount. Okay, so I'm doing a multi-attack. I need to include yeah, we'll just call it Psychic Scream for now. What is this gonna do? Enchanted Weird Aura? Yeah, kinda. We're not gonna make it target up to 10 creatures because that would be fucking ridiculous. But Psychic Scream will attack 1. We'll call it a ranged magic attack. I think it's gonna use his wisdom. So it's only gonna be a plus 13 to hit. So there's that. Let's give it a 150 foot range. Hit is gonna be God, I don't know how much. Psychic snarl. Ooh, I like that. Or maybe psychic pierce. Psychic. Wait, isn't there a psychic lance? Hold on. Yeah, right there, psychic lance. Whoops. Oh my god. Something's wrong with me. 7d6. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Can definitely use this as Oh, no, wait. Make it a saving throw, right? Ooh, how do I do this one? This is what I do. This is what I do. It's gonna be, DC, no. Yeah, DC 15 int save. It won't be too bad. We'll make it a little bit easier because this thing could probably fucking murder people. How many are we gonna do? Oh, let's see. Victor, the chests in the hall are locked. And characters that open either of them must make wisdom saves. Those that fail, see the shadows of the hall come to life, take psychic damage. No, that one's not too bad. That one's not too bad. I mean, yeah, no. I wouldn't say that's too bad. Roxy says 16. That's the thing. So many people make intelligence their dump stat that I think an intelligence save needs to be a little lower. It's not like it's impossible, but you know what? Yeah, fuck it. It's supposed to be super, super dangerous. We'll make it 16. So Psychic Lance does 7d6. We can use the d6s, but I don't want to do 7. Let's do... maybe just 8d6. $9d6. You didn't say 20. True. True. What's 9d6? It's 3, 4, so 7 times 4 is 28 plus 3, 31. We'll do that. You know what? No, I'm gonna do this. This is weird because I'm taking a spell and then I'm trying to type it up as an actual attack. So it's not perfect. It's not perfect. The Kuoto is a beast, absolutely. Half on a successful save. There we go. Yeah. So essentially wrote up, oh. I do need to include that it's psychic damage. But yeah, so essentially just took a spell and typed it up as an actual attack in combat. It's not bad. I don't want to include the incapacitated part, because that could be, like, that could destroy. Alright. Yeah, I like that. Victor, cool loot. Inside the chest is gold, silver, platinum, potions of healing, a staff, scimitar, +1 scimitar, staff of healing. Only has 2 charges of mass cure wounds left and will disintegrate when the charges are spent. Neat. Victor, is this a one-shot or is it a thing that you're putting into your campaign? This will change your players? Oh, this would destroy my players. Right now? My barbarian player has been getting real fucking cocky. If I threw this at him, this psychic damage alone would make him quit. Yeah. Because 10d6 psychic damage is a lot. And he'd never make the intelligence save. And I think that would kill him in 3 hits. So 3 turns. This is marketable is what it is. You're running an adventure module while also keeping it modular. Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair. I only asked because the inclusion of stuff like a +1 scimitar, a staff of healing, the money, that kind of stuff, it doesn't make sense for a one-shot unless it's going to be usable for the one-shot. But if it's something that's being thrown into a regular campaign, then I could see it being, being put in. You want to know how they'll react to the ninja goblins? Yeah, I'll let you know, Roxy, when I use them. I don't know when that's gonna be, but I'll let you know. Dognus, you have a plan to have a ship get teleported into a Feywild ocean. Might put this in the distance fighting a kraken or something. Interesting. I like it. I like flavor stuff like that. So wait, would your players be in the Feywild, or would they be when this gets teleported to them, or where they can see it, or would they be on like the material plane and then it just kind of gets teleported away? Oh, and as always, folks, I am using for music Game Chops on YouTube. It's their live stream music. It is fantastic. If you guys don't listen to it in your free time, you absolutely should. I should make a berserker ogre that fights with a meat hook. Just a simple idea. I mean, yeah, sure. I could do that. I could do that as the next one. This one's not looking too bad. This one's not looking too bad. I think I do want to give it this. So yeah, let me keep text only. Delete. So, giving it legendary resistance. It's slippery. Should we give it magic resistance too? Why not? Oh, I capitalized it. There we go. There, cool. Super beefed up, super terrible, super just super. It's all super. Does this? Okay. Cool. Something's wrong with this. Ancient Crystal Dragon. Sure, let's look at this. I want to look at the legendary actions it has. Huh. Okay, I guess it's just standard to have 3 actions. Okay, so we have the Empowered Kuotoa. It's boosted up. Higher armor class, higher stats, way more health. It's faster. Its only skill really is perception, and you know what? I'm kind of fine with that. Dark vision, passive perception. It's amphibious, has legendary resistances, magic resistance, otherworldly perception. It's slippery. It does have the sunlight sensitivity. Multi-attack. It's got a reaction. Legendary actions. What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, I was gonna do the thing that's just rude. This. And we're gonna call it Stormcaller, because why not? When the Kuotoa is reduced to half of its total hit points, cast where? Send it to a point you can see. Okay. So when the Kuotoa is reduced to half of its total hit points, the spell Storm of Vengeance is automatically cast centered on the Kuotoa. All DCs are what was it? What was it? It was gonna be the same. There we go. This one is not gonna be. This is not gonna look nice. This is not gonna look nice. But at least I'm getting it down, and I can kind of tweak it later on. Dogness adrift, but currents move them to an island made of crashed ships. They have to schedule the ship. Oh, okay. The entire ship gets teleported to the Fae as a storm with unnatural colors of lightning goes over the ship. They end up in a pool of inky water with little. Oh, okay. Neat. Neat. I like that, Dogness. Victor, the throne is the most dangerous thing in the building. It will try to entice PCs into sitting on it. Characters that stand within 10 feet of the throne must succeed on a wisdom save. If they fail, they are forced to sit. And when they do, they are possessed by a Chaos Lord. Oh god. Oh god. They're possessed, their AC goes up, they get HP, they get a +2 battle axe. They have to be reduced to 0 to snap them back out of their possession. And a character that tries to destroy the throne is hurled back. Oh god. So it's a thing that's gonna try to suck people into taking over, but it can't be destroyed. Gross. That is a powerful artifact. That is an extremely powerful artifact. Yeah, all DCs are 17. And the... Just because. And the Kuo-toa is unaffected by the storm. Yeah. I'm doing that kind of quick, kind of basic, just because I want to get through this. But yeah, Stormcaller. Love it. Love it. This is a fucking nasty Kuo-toa. So what were we gonna do next? I'm trying to find it. It was a ogre. It was an ogre of something. Berserker Ogre, there it is, that fights with a meat hook. There it is. Thank you for the lurk, Dogness. Enjoy your spaceship to Mars. Hey, I appreciate that, Dogness, and I hope you have fun doing whatever it is you're gonna go do. Ogre Berserker with a meat hook. Okay, we'll do the Ogre Berserker real quick, and then I think we'll end. But honestly, like, three pretty lengthy stat blocks today. Not bad at all. Okay, so we're gonna start with just the ogre, right? Just a basic ogre. We're not gonna do anything super crazy with it. We're gonna pop this out just so I can take this. Nope, let me highlight. There. We're gonna do a copy, paste, delete all this, highlight all this again, make sure we see the borders there. PB is again +2, and honestly, an ogre is a great option here. Ogre is a great option because I've used an ogre before. Sorry. I've used an ogre before, and it was extremely underwhelming. I thought it was going to be a good fight. I thought it was going to be a tough fight. But my players just fucking beat on it immediately. So. Huh? Yeah, keep being cocky. So let's fuck with this ogre. Let's make it interesting. So we're not gonna bump its size up. We're gonna keep it large. Throw that Kuo-toa at our barbarian. He will die. Victor's Berserker Ogre. So meat hook, right? We're gonna change the weapon to a meat hook. How dangerous do you want this to be, Victor? Like, what level of a party do you think this thing should be going up against? As a rough estimation. And what we'll probably do is just make it something that is kind of like a normal mob rather than a boss creature. This thing should pose a threat to a 5th level party at least. Okay. So, Berserker Ogre. Berserker Ogre. Okay. We'll say it is a solo. We'll make it kind of a boss creature. But if it's a 5th level party, it can also be something that could be useful for higher level parties, which means this might be something that I use. So let's give it a fucking a 21 strength. We'll just bump it up a little bit. Not that it matters, but I'm gonna change that. We're gonna boost this up to a 19 to give it a +4. Its intelligence can be crap, its wisdom can be crap, its charisma can be... actually, no. I'm gonna change the wisdom to a 9. Make it a -1. 9, 8, 7, 6. We'll boost this up. Just slightly more intelligent, but not by a whole lot. Oh, whoops. Keep the dark vision. Passive perception is going to be a 9 now. Languages can stay the same. Meat hook. Do we want him to have a javelin? This ogre may have teamed up with the ninja goblins. Yeah, maybe. Victor's Berserker Ogre reminds you of your most infamous homebrew spell, Adric's Greater Ketamine Ape. Oh my god, no! No! Not the gorilla in a K-hole. Please god, no. Okay, so, challenge rating, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck about the XP? Let's change some of this. Let's change some of this. So, HP, we're going to keep him large, so it's still going to be D10. Let's bump him up to, say, 12 D10. That's going to be 12 times 4 is 48. We'll kind of play around with this. I'm not going to change the AC. I'm not going to change the AC. And there's a reason for that. So, let's see, 5 and 6, because really it's 5.5. 5, 6, 11 times 6 is 66, plus the 48, 114. That might not be enough. You're thinking 12d10 as well? This thing is going to have damage resistance, you're calling it? So, let me go in here. We're gonna do this. Right? Yeah, cool. Oh, it doesn't need to be bold. Perpetual rage. Because I'm a dick. Storm of Vengeance, that's cool. Let's go. References, nope. Player, classes. Here we go. We're gonna click on the Barbarian. Go down to Rage. We're just gonna kind of copy paste this. Paste. Sorry, I was messing with a key. Oh, wait, hold on. Copy. Paste. Keep text. There we go. Cool. Let's see. The ogre is Consumed by a never-ending rage. Building challenging mobs, or building mobs to challenge Anubis' players. Yes, yes, absolutely. The ogre has advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. Okay. When the ogre makes a melee weapon attack using strength, it gains a +2 bonus to the damage roll. We can kind of delete this. Actually, should we? Nah. Oh my god, if I could spell. Already calculated in. So we're gonna kind of put that in there. Just so the increased damage from this thing is justified. And then the ogre has resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. And you know what? Hold on. We don't need that. We need ooh, snow golem. Oh, never mind. I guess there are like snow and ice golems. Oh well, life goes on. That's not what I want. Damage immunities. No, I want damage resistance. Okay, fine. Let's go. I think devils have damage resistances. Horn devil, damage resistance. Here we go. Copy. This goes. Keep text only. Need to unbold that. And then we're gonna edit some of this. Aren't silvered. Here we go. There we go. So now it's got damage resistances, just flat out. Damage resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks. There we go. This is delightfully evil already. Also, for context, another player made Marston's ketamine ape, so your wizard raised him a drugged-up gorilla with a great club. Oh god. Snow golems used to be a Ravenloft monster back in 2E. Oh, neat. Very neat. Okay, damage resistances. Great, we've got that. We should probably include some saving throws, right? So let's give it a strength saving throw and a con saving throw. Why not? If it's level 12, its proficiency bonus has probably gone up to about a +4. Strength saving throw is going to be a +9. Con saving throw is going to be a +8. That should be fine. Perpetual Rage has advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. This is going to be a thing. This is going to be a thing. Meat Hook. We're going to take away the javelin. We're going to take away the javelin, and this is fine. This is fine. Because because what if we made the meat hook? Do we want to take some Overwatch inspiration from this and have it a meat hook on a chain that can be thrown out and then pulled back in to grapple people? Or do we want to give him like multi-attack? Or we could do both. We could do both. They were made by a wizard called Meridoth, who was dragged into the mists after poisoning his entire colony because he just wanted to focus on research. His antisocialness was his greatest curse. Neat. I like that. Let's do both. Let's go fucking feral with this. All right, cool. So, we will do. I don't know what to call it. I'm gonna call it meat hook pull right now. But I'm also gonna do multi-attack. The ogre makes. So it's a level 5 party. Hey, have a good night, Roxy. Thank you for sticking around. And no problem. Not a problem at all. Let's see. Do we want to give him 2 attacks or 3? If we give him 2, it's one of those things where it's like if it's gonna be a boss fight, any number of attacks that we give him is not gonna be enough compared to a party of level 5s, because a party of level 5s is essentially gonna have about 8 actions, right? If there's casters, 6, but then you have the whole caster thing. But yeah, so yeah, we could say 6, but it's essentially gonna equal out to about 8 actions. 3, it's gonna be brutal. Okay. Makes 3 melee attacks. Check this out. It's gonna make either 3 melee attacks using the meat hook, or 2 ranged attacks using the chain. Yeah, we'll just call this what does the chain devil actually call it? Yeah, it's just chain. Yeah, that's cool. So this way it has a bit of a ranged attack and the melee attack. It's gonna be fast. This might be a little... Okay, now this might be a little too much. We'll see. I think the meat hook is actually probably going to be closer to like a D6 or a D4. In fact, I think there's a couple weapons we might be able to equate it to. Weapons, like a sickle, kind of like a sickle, right? So maybe D4s. We'll do the math on that. So it's 2, 3, so 5 plus 7, it's 12. Actually, that's not too bad. So it's a drop in average damage by 1, but it's also going to be 3 attacks. So we're looking at 36 damage per round if all 3 hit, which at a +9, it's a pretty good chance to hit. Chain, we're going to go ranged. Oh God, what is wrong with me? Ranged weapon attack plus. Oh God. Does this work? Does this work? No, it doesn't work, and that's okay. Melee weapon attack +9 to hit. Reach. What? 15 feet? I think 15 feet is reasonable. One target. Hit. We're gonna have it do less damage. What is that? 3, 7, 10. Not a whole lot less damage. But it's still going to be less damage. Oh, this is not going to be bludgeoning damage either. This is definitely going to be piercing damage. Yeah, 15 feet sounds good. Good for picking off close by casters. Yeah, exactly. We don't want him to be all powerful, right? He still has to have some weakness. But with a 50 or 40 foot move speed and then 15 foot range on an attack, that's still going to be rough. This one's gonna be slashing damage, and I'm gonna say slashing damage because I'd like to imagine that the chains that he's using are kind of like they're barbed and they're like razor sharp, so it's not a poking thing. It's definitely like a slicing, tearing, slashing action that's going to be happening on the targets. The target is grappled. No, wait, I need, there's something I need. I have a thing in mind for this. Lightning lure, here we go. Target must then yeah. Here we go. Let's do just the text only. The target must then succeed on a strength saving throw or be pulled up to 10 feet in a straight line toward the ogre. Strength, a DC, what, 15? There. How's that? How's that? I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good because he's got the low AC. Pretty solid, not gonna lie. Yeah. So he's got the low AC, which is essentially going to guarantee that the party's constantly going to hit him. but for a level 5 party, ideally they're probably putting out about, not counting higher level spells, they're probably putting out about 30 damage per round ish. If they pop a couple spells on it, this is one of those things where this could absolutely be something that is thrown out at the players in a pair to really like put the pressure on them, or it's something that's among a bunch of other minions. Throw this ogre out with a couple other goblins and have the goblins be an annoyance while the ogre is the actual big scary bad. Because the only thing I'm iffy on is the armor class and the hit points. The hit points is still pretty low for how low the AC is, but oh, he also has the resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. You know what? Never mind. This is a terrifying encounter. Yeah, this is a terrifying encounter. Yeah. Cool. I like it. I like it. And if you like it, then yeah, we can call it good. There you go. Victor's Berserker Ogre. Using you're a genius. Yeah, sure. I'll let you take all the credit for this one. Yes, I am by extension. Great, wonderful, love it. But yeah, no, this looks good, and we did what I set out to do today, and really all that was to take some creatures that really aren't super useful later on. They're really like, we took creatures that more often than not they're thrown out against a level 2, level 3 party, but even then they're not all that threatening, and we turned them into things that could be like absolute boss monsters. This Berserker Ogre is a fantastic one, and I very likely will use this. This empowered Kuatoa, playing around with this and just making a massive boss monster. Oh my god, it's terrifying, the thought of it. I love it. Giant Kobold, just by making something bigger, we made it more threatening, and something that you could drop in front of your players as like an abnormality among a bunch of other kobolds. And then of course Roxy's Ninja Goblins, which was fun because it's a bit of a mix between a Shadow Monk and an Assassin Rogue, all thrown onto a Goblin. And it's just fun. Just fun. Very deadly stuff. We made things that are far more powerful than their original counterparts, and likely more powerful than any other variations that Wizards has published. Remember to impose a house rule that creatures more than 2 size categories larger cannot be polymorphed. Saved you an Apocalypse Engine, that one. Oh my god. Wait, why? That's the whole idea behind polymorph. But also keep in mind, unless it's true polymorph doesn't last that long. They've gotta really move. But no, this was fun. This was great. We talked about Tucker's Kobolds. We essentially kind of didn't do that, but keep in mind that if you guys don't want to do something like this, read up on Tucker's Kobolds, learn how to use various tactics, or plan for your character or for your creatures to use tactics in their own environment. Let them be prepared. Let the players walk into traps set up by your kobolds, your goblins, your ogres, your whatever it is. Remember to do that. They threw the Tarrasque in the astral plane the first time around. How? That is I need to know how. But unfortunately, it is about time for me to end this stream. So I'm gonna do a couple things real quick. I'm gonna pop up the Discord message, so anybody that's lurking, anybody that's just watching and listening, if you guys aren't in our Discord, please feel free to join it. One word, bunny, gross. But if you guys aren't in our Discord, please feel free to join it, and keep in touch outside of the streams. We like to share a lot of our homebrew and D&D stuff in there. We've got a whole section for that. You just remembered another good spell, Adric's Charisma Eradication. Oh god. Oh god. That sounds like the Intellect Devourer version, but for charisma. Or it sounds like what an Intellect Devourer does, but for charisma. I like it. But yeah, anybody, feel free to join that Discord. Otherwise, I think it's about time that we go raid somebody. It's the ultimate bard ender. Well, you know what else is the ultimate bard ender? The bard. Let's see. There's our typical raid message. Anybody that wants to use it is more than happy to use it. And if you are a subscriber, please feel free to copy and paste this second one to use one of the subscriber emotes in our message. And just so you guys know what it looks like, there it is. Let's go find somebody to raid. And actually, you know what? One of my favorite people to raid on Mondays is streaming right now, Cinderblock Sally. So we'll go ahead and raid. We'll go ahead and raid Sally. We'll go ahead and raid him, and yeah, see what he's talking about. Looks like he's been going for about 2 hours. He does a lot of the same stuff that we did here today. D&D planning, homebrew planning, stuff like that. You're off to sleep, need to get tested for... Oh, well. Good luck with that, Victor. I hope I see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. For everybody else, please feel free to stick around for the raid. It's greatly appreciated. Let's go show Cinderblock Sally some love. Give him those follows, help support him, and I appreciate every single one of you for sticking around. And I'll catch you next time.